語だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよね、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me get you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、もう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening、 地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよね、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me yet when you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、
some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. We're walking like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
up like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh my son, stay curious my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way きさす血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave.
Don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No light, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. You're getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars.
as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. Don't like it, do somebody.
Victory's mine.
Don't like it, do somebody.
Victory's mine. Victory's mine. You're wasting your time. There's no point in trying. Victory is mine. Mine.
Don't like it, do somebody.
Victory's mine. Victory's mine. Victory is mine.
Welcome on in, everyone. And while we might not have Thanos or say any other super characters on, we do have myself, Mazel, and Ivera on for a wonderful round 2 of our LPL Spring Playoffs. And I couldn't be more excited, as we definitely have some very, very fun things to get to today, especially. But before we get to what's going on in the playoffs itself, I think it's important to kind of look back a little bit. We are into the round 2, right? We have said goodbye to our first playoff teams, but we also have some awards to give away tonight, and some very important ones at that. As we look back at the regular season, we'll be giving out our All-Pro team. So starting off, our third All-Pro team for Spring 2023, we've got Shanji in the top lane from OMG. We've got LNG's Tarzan in the jungle. We've got Fofo in the middle from EDG. Leave from EDG as well at the bot lane. Phenom, ADC replacing Viper this year. And Hung from LNG rounding out that bot lane for that third place pro team here in Nightmare.
And the fact that this is the third place team and you have names like this on that third team shows just how stacked a lot of the spring All-Pro votes have been. I'm sure you'll notice some bigger names coming a little bit later into it, but if you took this roster on paper already, that would be a roster really hitting above its way. Particularly Leave, I think, walks away feeling very happy to have reached an All-Pro third team.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at the second pro team here in the Spring 2023 split. We've got Ala in the top lane for EDG. We've got Kanavi from JDG in the jungle, Knight from JDG in the mid lane, and BLG's Elk in the bot lane, with Missing rounding it out at support.
The fact that, again, you know, we talk about 13, wow, all these teams, all these players hitting above their weight, what a great team this is. You're going to see a lot of the same teams within third, second, and first, because a lot of the players in the top 3 teams were kind of jousting for the same kind of position. And then there's Elk just in there as well, who has the highest damage per minute in the league, highest damage percent as well. He really deserves to be on this list.
And stark contrast in the jersey colors, too. I like it. But let's
Very
go
true.
ahead and crown our first all-pro team here in spring 2023 of the LPL. We got 369 from JDG in the top side. We got JJ from EDG in the jungle. Scout from LNG in the mid lane. Ruler, of course, in his first split here in the LPL in the bot lane for JDG. And we've got EDG's Mako, the stalwart champion.
You look at so many of these names and just think, how the heck have these players remained so good for so long? Mako has been the EDG man for a great many years. Scout, of course, changing teams away from EDG, but having an incredible performance in his own right. All of these players have managed to stand the test of time and still be on top of their game.
Indeed, but we got to give out our singular awards, of course. And best rookie of 2023, there was no doubt, as it is Leave from EDG, who has made such a big splash for this record-setting organization.
And to think that they are stepping into the shoes of Viper, and then to have a performance like this in the LPL to bring EDG to a a very top-tier performance as a team, despite the fact that many people would have maybe written them off a little bit on paper, considering the star power across other rosters, has largely been due to performances and step-up performances like Leave.
Absolutely, but we have one last crown to give out here in the LPL, as our MVP for LPL Spring 2023 regular season is none other than LNG's Scout.
Who else could it be? 17 MVP counts. This guy is an absolute monster. Moves on from his legacy organization of EDG, finds a new home in LNG alongside Tarzan in the jungle, and it feels like if ever Scout had got an opening in the game, he just won it. An incredible performance throughout spring.
He really has been an absolute firestorm there in the mid lane. And, that Tarzan combo is looking pretty good there in the mid jungle. But we do got to move on to our recent history here in the LPL, as we do got to cover what happened just yesterday here as Top Esports took a grueling 4-game series over WE, as we take a look at our playoff bracket so far, as we've had 8 games total. No 5 games just yet.
Not yet.
But our first round looking pretty spicy already.
And in the first round, Experience ended up winning out. I personally thought that TT might be able to take it over RNG, but RNG really slapped them, sucker punched them, and particularly Breed seemed to be really turning up. And of course, seeing them today will have to take that performance into account. On the other side, sadly, Team WE, Shanks couldn't do it. Top Esports
Couldn't do it.
They had to grind it out. That one was a lot more gritty in terms of the series, but them going on to OMG now, if you didn't see the regular season series between those two teams, do your homework there. It's going to be a fireworks show.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And definitely a lot of spicy matchups coming up down the road, but we got to look at what we have in front of us tonight. Another spicy one filled with history between players, between teams, between organizations, but it is going to be a slobber knocker between RNG and BLG. This will be our first time getting to see BLG, as they had gotten to skip that first round. And I think as we see RNG come off that first series, it's really interesting to kind of try to pick apart how they're going to attack this BLG roster, who is looking so good in the later parts of the season in certain moments here at Nightmare.
Yeah, but there is going to be this disconnect now between, we have now seen RNG post-regular season, and if you're trying to think about what maybe could have happened in the first round of playoffs, as we said, actually a lot of the analysts, myself included, thought that RNG could be in a bit of trouble. This is a team, though, that always had that potential to be something more than that. We kind of got a little bit numb to that because they didn't make it work in the regular season. But now they come up against BLG, and BLG cannot allow themselves to be caught napping, and they will really want to be reprising the form that they actually did find compared to RNG in the regular split.
And I want to go ahead and take a little bit of a zoom into that BLG roster here as well, because I think BLG themselves, as an organization, have had some struggles in the past, not living up to expectations. But when this roster came together, when Shun got a new team, when they brought LPL champion in 2022 Yagao over and had been kind of stabilized that top side of the map, it was very interesting to start the split off. And I think we saw some very strong parts to the early split, as well as we had that stability with the patch. But things got a little bit rocky as the road went on, Nightmare.
And spoilers, folks, we're going to be talking about a certain other player on this roster for a lot of this series, so we're going to focus on the top side round now in terms of Bin, Shun, and Yagao. As you're saying, Yagao coming out from JDG is a current reigning champion of the league. The top side of BLG, though, with these solo laners, with Bin playing a lot of strong individual champions, Shun playing stuff like the Kindred you're seeing on your screen right now, they have had a very unique top side, and especially when you see games like this, as they did against Weibo, you can see what that can mean when they're allowed to kind of flex their draft power and this top side of the map comes together. This is one of the most unique things about this team.
Yeah, the top trio is so scrappy when they get into these skirmishes, but a lot of this scrappiness comes out in team fights like this, Nightmare.
It does, because it has felt like once you have all of the BLG members kind of coming to the same area of the map, Bin's got his solo lane advantages, Elk is starting to pop off and gets his items, this team starts to make magic. We might have talked about, alluded to Thanos earlier. I think BLG, they found themselves the entertainment stone. They've actually just invented a new Infinity Stone at this point, because they come out with plays like this is one of the greatest team fighting games we saw throughout the regular split in spring 2023. And what this is building up to, as I'm sure you're feeling yourselves on the other side of that screen, is that if we get towards team fights between RNG, one of the most famous team fighting teams in history, and then against BLG, which we've seen them do to such a high level in this split, it is going to be incredibly entertaining.
It absolutely is. It's going to be focused in that late game, in that carry moment on Elk, who might be a little bit of an angry Elk coming into this one, trying to prove himself here and take that step up in playoffs. But he has been that angry Elk. He has been that insane late game consistent carry with beautiful thanks to the graphics.
He's angry. We didn't mention him yet, Mazel. He's angry because this guy is the reason that they can play those late game team fights. So there are 3 champions to see on the screen. The Zeri has been the most gone, the go-to champion for him. A little bit further down the list, you see that Aphelios and think, well, why would we highlight this? It's only the 3 games. Because they're 3 wins, he hasn't lost on it, and he hasn't died on the champion either. Undefined KDA. And all of these champions wrapped up together, despite them taking a couple losses in the regular season as well. Elk walks away with the highest damage in the LPL in terms of damage per minute, has the most damage percentage in the LPL, and has the highest kill participation amongst all AD carries in the LPL as well. Elk is absolutely key to what BLG wants to achieve as soon as they start grouping up.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's about getting that bridge to that moment. That's why we kind of highlighted that scrappy skirmishing between the top trio, because they really need to find a little bit of ground to stand on for Elk to have that ground later to gun everybody down. But speaking of gunning down, RNG have already gone through 1 round of playoffs. We have to take a look back at their series against TT, because while they did end up with a 3-1 victory, there were some very solid games. We have to kind of pick apart the series as a whole now.
We do, because it wasn't the cleanest performance versus TT, but they did walk away with the win. And every time you get now a team with all of these members with so much experience and so much history, you have this feeling that RNG could potentially ramp up. In the first series in round 1, it felt like Breathe was ramping up, and that is going to be a very key matchup coming into today as well. So as we kind of see what happened in that series through a couple of clips, you'll start to see RNG grinding out some of the team fights, but a lot of the reason they can do is because the likes of Breathe is ahead.
Yeah, and it's a lot of capitalization on Simone's, but for me, it was also a lot of the team play, right? When we saw this team come into this year, we were questioning what do they do without Xiaohu, right? A lot of expectations put on this roster. Ming didn't even come into the roster until later in the split, but trying to find a little bit of cohesion in the team call and the shot calling was where we were really looking for, and you see some of that lackluster points, but then that is where some of that experience that you highlighted earlier in the cast really brings to a head.
For sure, because, RNG, there are so many names here that have been to international events, have, of course, taken international titles, and despite them parting ways with the mid laner, which really forged the identity of the team in Xiaohu, this team, Angel is no sloppy replacement for him. He has an awful lot of potential as well on top of it, and that's a word which we're going to keep coming back to. Potential and expectation, because RNG, we thought they could be one of our real top-tier teams. They started in the first round of playoffs. They're going to have to earn that title, that moniker now, as one of the top teams in the LPL. Series like this, it allows them to stay in the conversation despite them having problems to fix.
Yeah, and it's this guy. I know we were talking about BLG's scrappiness, but man, this play in particular for RNG just was insane. It was so long, but the fact that they commit to the bit, as we like to say, really it kind of brings it together for me for RNG, and it's something that is very powerful that BLG are going to have to deal with. But something else is all the ties between these teams. We were talking a little bit about the kind of history making between these squads, and there are a lot of them, right? First of all, you have another year gone, I guess, in the end of this split between the Breathe and Bin trade. You also have Tabe, who has been brought on to BLG to coach them into infinity, it feels like. An Angel versus his Suning brothers back in the day. There are so many things to kind of add add to the topping of what is this incredible meal.
And when you have so many teams and so many players with history in the LPL, I mean, we've got 17 teams here, folks. It's really hard to kind of like, it's hard to
Take your
condense
pick.
everything down. And you sometimes have these golden moments, like matchups like this. Even though BLG, RNG, on paper, you might think, oh, that's not like a top JDG from last year. Oh, that's not like an RNG EDG. We've seen that matchup a load of times. Even with that, the players which BLG have ended up accruing and the way that RNG have kind of, you know, kept most of their core of their roster together, the stories just kind of come with them. And you do latch onto these things actually. Hey, were Bin and Breathe like switching between BLG and RNG last year? Yes, they were. And Bin was the one who has now at this point sat there as going, well, you know, I won the title with my team. Hey, I also got, you know, that World Finals. I got that pentakill there. And Breathe sat on the other side going, so RNG, can we do that for us now? Can you do that for me? Like that top lane matchup, not just in terms of an analytical level, because both those players have been very strong in individual 1v1s, particularly with Breathe in the first round of playoffs and then Bin throughout the entirety of regular split. That will be an important matchup. It's great to kind of have the two levels of saying, on the Rift, that will be important, but out of Rift, you just sense something special there too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just adds, again, all that extra to it. But it's especially when you look at that history. I know you're already talking a little bit about it, but when are they going to find that title? When is Breathe going to have that mountaintop and be able to have kind of that moment?
I've seen what you've done for others. I want that
yeah,
for myself.
Exactly. I think tonight is obviously every time these guys go up against each other, it's that extra sauce on top of it. But it is specifically the way that we've seen some of the top lane matchups work out. And the way that these guys approach the top lane 1v1s that I'm excited for, right? We do have a potential for there to be a lot of chaos from the top lane while we're relying on bot lane, Elk, and Gala to be those late game carries. It's about that early game, that first 15 minutes, and what happens between the top trios and the roaming from supports as well.
Yeah, because, you know, where this all kind of flows around and why, you know, it's very hard to pin where the actual, you know, the hammer blow that breaks the defense of the other team will come in, because in the early game, typically it has been through for the likes of BLG, through that top side, through Shun on something like a carry starting to pop off in the few games that he's allowed something like a Kindred. He's not really allowed that anymore. Maybe
81% banned against the team, you know? No,
and it's going to be banned again in the first game.
Hooray. Well, we're into picks and bans for our first series of BLG, at least, here in the playoffs. And it's RNG trying to make a run of it, trying to go 2-0 so far in their run in this upper bracket. But we do get that Kindred ban, the Sejuani ban as well from RNG, who are on the blue side. BLG will ban the Scion and the Kennen away from Breathe. And something, guys, we come into this, obviously, I want to go back to that kind of Tabe conversation and really see if there is some of that extra gumption here for him to find some secret weapons against this RNG roster he knows so well, coming off of coaching them, right, over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and BLG, they of course have changed around their coaching staff. One of their coaches left and they ended up going on a winning streak after that point. Now Tabe has come in. What will he do for this team? Bans have come out, as you've been rightly saying. A lot of it from BLG has been focused towards that top side. Bin, I know I was speaking to Jamada and a number of the other casters that we were kind of chatting to around the series. And a lot of people are viewing Bin as the best top laner in the LPL right now. Of course, in All-Pro, he was up there in the second place as well. It's a close run thing between the first couple of top laners. If you allow him a good matchup, particularly if you hold counterpick for him later into this draft, there could be an option for Bin to expose Breathe in a way that TT couldn't in that first round.
Yeah.
What they are doing for that, though, is BLG want to blind pick a bot lane, which can actually lane and do well into the first pick that you see. You have the self-peel of Desire against that Vi.
Yeah, and you actually really like that in terms of trying to get away from the setup, because if RNG lock this in, there's a lot of comboing that can happen if they do catch you out, and that Feather Storm's going to be absolutely huge. But you expect RNG to take one of these kind of standard comps that we've been seeing really rise to prominence when the Annie isn't banned away, at least, and get something that's a late game scaler for Gala. They already have the Annie Vi combo, really looking at what they want to finish out first phase with and what the response from BLG is going to be.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I think was quite apparent in that first round series from RNG was that Angel, even on pressure mids, thinking of the Vex game in particular, didn't have the cleanest series. So he will really want to kind of put to bed some of those worries with something like this Annie, which can be one of the very strongest mid laners. Of course, this does flex around. You have Ming on the Rift as well, who has played, of course, a number of different champions. He hasn't picked up the Annie just yet, but when you look towards the top tier LPL supports, they can always have that in the back pocket, especially when it comes into playoffs, practicing up some champions which maybe you hid in the back pocket in regular season. So flex pick there for RNG between mid and support for the Annie. On the other side, the Wukong, fairly standard in terms of kind of the response to the Vi.
And it's something we've just seen constantly in the trade, right? And I know we joke about kind of back when Aphelios, Jinx, and Zeri have always been picked, but at this point, it's just Vine, Wukong, that rule of the map ever since we got the changes into the new patches. But I'm really excited to see kind of this honed down focus in our second phase. Some priority picks still available on the top side. I expect BLG to use that 5th pick, that counter pick for Bin. We'll actually see a little bit of focus from them towards Angel and take away his Ahri.
Yeah, so as we said, Ming hasn't played the Annie, but the Zeri Annie lane pairing is pretty fine. You've got the outrange on the Rakan at least, so you can kind of poke in the first few levels, so that's fine as a support option. And when you have the Vi on the other side, now I've been talking an awful lot about Ahri recently and other combos that can go with this mid-jungle 2v2. Banning these away and maybe fourth picking something like Yagao's Talia could be an option here for BLG, and then you can then go towards that 5th pick as counter pick towards top lane. They actually choose to remove the Talia away from Angel because, of course, that is still another good pick with the Vi. You're left with something really like Veigar or something at that point. Both of these teams completely hammering down the mid lane champion
Yeah,
pool.
I mean, they don't want any roaming out of mid lane. You stay where you're due, all right? You stay in the mid lane. And Yagao's like, oh, but you forgot about this one. And we'll see if a little bit of that early game prowess between the mid jungle and especially the lethality that the Wukong and the LeBlanc can be is exactly what BLG want to go for. And it is. They lock it in.
So RNG, are you going to hold on to that flex pick of the Annie for mid lane or for support? What if you held on to it for? They have some options. Looking at that Zyra Khan, that lane pairing has been put in there for a little while. Of course, many different things that Ming could pull out there. Against the Wukong LeBlanc. Against the Wukong LeBlanc, I think Annie Vi is actually pretty okay as that. So they have to pick themselves as safe as possible blind pick towards that top side, and they do put the Annie towards mid, so it is going to be Zeri Nautilus. A bit more ability to force out the Zyra ultimate, a bit more ability to catch out someone like LeBlanc when they're dashing around as well. They can't dash away from a depth charge, it will just follow them. But this is what this matchup has come down to. Top lane counter pick between Bin and Breathe, the two top laners that have been switching organizations, trying to one-up each other. And Bin has been the one who's really come ahead of that in the last year. Looking at that Cassante matchup, has his pick of the litter and goes towards that Gwen, which will now be, looking at this, a great answer into the Vi. You just pop W and she struggles to get on top of you. The Annie can also really struggle against that Gwen, and you have a good side lane matchup. I think this R5 BLG top lane counter pick, I think that works well for them.
It really does, and it sets them up because the thing about this matchup and the reason why I put a lot of priority on top side, because if you get a lead up there, you can focus so heavily across the rest of the map, right? That's going to be a lead that can grow in self-sustaining fashion. And the way that this draft is picked out, I do appreciate RNG's approach, right? They do have a lot of stability. They have a lot of pick-out tools. If they catch you, they got you. But BLG themselves, I feel like, have a lot of that strength in the late game, a lot of that bridge that they're building towards Elk here, Nymera.
Absolutely, and that's similar to my read as well. I think that RNG, they are sat there going, hey, we've got the Nautilus, we got ourselves the Vi, we can pick you off if you're out of position. It's not like, of course, BLG can't do that to themselves. It does feel, though, there are a couple of these key carries with some individual power. You've got Bin on the Gwen, you've got the Zeri, of course, on the hands of so many of these important AD carries, but Gala has been the winning formula for RNG for so much of this regular split. So big name players on big name champions with big name performances to bring out in game one in the second round of playoffs.
Absolutely that. And we're looking at Wei Shun for early pathing. We're seeing how much fisticuffs are brought to the table between Breathe and Bin and all of the ties between these two teams. And as we hit the rift to kick off round 2 of our LPL spring playoffs, it's RNG versus BLG in a best of 5 on Summoner's Rift.
Away we go, waiting the gyos from the crowd, see how lively they're feeling today. RNG fans typically come out in force.
It's chaos, and I love it. As you do hear the crowd getting a little bit rambunctious for this matchup, as should be. RNG trying to make the run from 9th seed all the way from the first round, all trying to capture another championship here in the LPL. And BLG trying to make good on past mistakes, getting knocked out last summer in the first round by LNG in a really, really tough back and forth game. As we get into this one, we're seeing where early pressure is going to lie. It looks like we might get topside starts for both junglers.
Checking down on the runes as they pop up on screen as well. Obviously, first strike from both mid laners. They have a couple of different options there, but I think given that basically mid lane matchup is the one thing which outranges you and therefore means that sometimes you can't get your first strike proc off. Of course, you've got to damage someone before they damage you. Most of the time, they're willing to take that trade into each other. And we do have press the attack coming in from Wei as well on this Vi. Very good early power in terms of getting those auto-attack resets with your E. If you go in for that, you can very much burst someone out. Speaking of burst, looking for level 1 trades in bot lane.
It's early ghost popped by Gala, cleansed by Elk there, so a couple summoner spells gone back and forth. The Ignite also used by Ming. And heavy trading between the 2v2 here. Both ADCs trying to step up and prove themselves with supports trying to get as much engagement as possible on the Rakan versus Nautilus matchup.
I know there are a number of matchups that we're going to dive into across this series. So many great matchups. We've already talked about the top lane matchup, which we're hovering over, but particularly Gala and Elk. Gala's historical performance and his importance to the team in spring, even when they were struggling, versus Elk, who is arguably the hardest carry, AD carry for his team in the league, given the fact that he's been given basically unparalleled responsibility to carry his team. It's like, look, if someone's going to do damage, it's going to be you. If one of them gets ahead and gets to perform that role more clearly, that will, of course, particularly come late game, become several items, be a big factor. Wei, with that in mind, looking to see if there's an angle towards bot.
They know where to focus.
Not crashed the wave. It's bouncing back currently.
They're going to go in. That flash early from Ming. Wei is going to take down the long angle here. There's going to have to be some miracles from BLG if they want to get out, but On has sacrificed his life. First blood to Gala.
It's a clean entry into the game for Wei, Gala, and Ming. Wei doesn't even have to get himself completely involved with the first start of that play. The early Summoner's Blown gives him an option in that. Shun now heading down towards this blue buff, but I think with Summoner's Blown on that bot side and Elk still technically around despite himself being half HP, can't stay around for a blue buff, just ends up tracking out that Wukong. So, first kill over to Gala. On goes down.
Huge. Absolutely huge, and really good start on the bottom side of the map from Wei. The wraparound gank towards bottom side, waiting out a little bit of that aggression, and the preemptive flash from Ming, making sure to get that set up. And that's some of that shot calling you love from RNG so far. As now Ben will actually try to see if he can contest Wei here, but Wei will get a little bit of something here for himself. And RNG really have some strong presence on the map early.
Good too. So, you've got your bot lane ahead. Now, typically, when you have winning bot lane and you have a proactive mid-jungle with something like this Vi, Annie, which have so much point-and-click CC, RNG should be the team which will be able to catch people out of position if they get vision down first. They have good vision on this bot side of the map, so watching the next couple of minutes as particularly Elk's flashes down, maybe he feels less confident walking into the river and supporting his teammates. Whether RNG can start a play knowing that they have the lead currently in bot lane and the mid-jungle to capitalize on that.
I do like this, though. We're seeing those roams from On and Ming, both respectively, but we're also seeing a lot of that vision game played around the bottom side of this map, especially from BLG's point. They just want to make sure they're not getting caught in any of these roams, using some of this bot lane pressure that RNG have gotten to get into mid lane, to get into a lot of these skirmishes. But the question is, how do BLG get themselves out of this hole they've dug in the bottom lane? And it looks like help won't be coming anytime soon.
Not just yet. BLG, good response for them through those early first levels, though. They have actually got some really good bot side vision after RNG made that first foray into that 2v2 lane, with Wei coming down as well. So as it stands, as observers very helpfully toggled that as well. This vision battle is going to be so key. BLG, not necessarily without their own tools to go aggressive as well. You know, you got a Ricard, you got a Wukong, you got, of course, the LeBlanc hopping over walls. Both of these teams, if they find a gap in that vision, can make something really, really work. It really is just that CVT being slightly further ahead from RNG and getting to control the lane potentially after that early kill, which might give them the leg up, which determines the next phase of play. And
at this point, I'm wondering, I was going to see if maybe Wei wanted to stick around, go for some early objective control down there with how much strength they have, but it did come through with it back for them. And it does. And actually, we have a little bit of pressure given from Shun trying to clear out some of that vision, trying to put some vision down around that Dragon Pit, because with that lead bot lane, as we had said earlier, it's easier to try to secure those early objectives.
Yeah, because it really has
it's
felt...
still the case.
Yeah.
He just had to go back for the Caulfield, so, you know, just had to make sure he has a hammer to slay the dragon, or maybe even slay bot lane, the BLG.
I thought it was more about like the whole like knight with a lance thing. Sadly, there's no like actual like lance. That would be really cool.
It's a warhammer, I guess. You know,
it's pretty cool. I mean, that would probably do a lot of damage. Probably wouldn't want to get hit around the head, even if you were something as large as that Chemtech dragon.
What happens if you hit a monkey man with it, though?
He probably doesn't like you very much. It's not even really a rubber mallet. That thing's like made of some pretty hefty stuff, as it seems like it. He has himself his own core fields, though, so they're both going to be swinging those heavy-duty instruments around. And we are, again, looking towards 3v3 bot, but Yagao is the first to move. It does have level 6, where he just goes over the wall. Again, it's always so scary when Yagao just leaves lane on something like this LeBlanc, because being able to hop over the walls not once but twice gives you some extra options. Again, we're just posturing here, seeing who's got the first option to kind of punish one of these positioning mistakes.
I love that both teams are trying to check the mechanics early on, see if your hands are awake here, set up in a 3v3
First game
standoff.
yeah.
As Shun will stop his back, does get the clone over the wall, a lot of damage done by way there, but first move is available for Yagao. He's got positioning to come down here. It looks like the 3v3 won't amount to much, but Yagao...
Oh, but Vi's heading up here. He might have first move, but if they collapse on him, obviously that situation changes. Again, you see the back and forth between the two of them. No one is ready to, because you really don't want to be left alone after that point comes through. This is something that actually, I think Scout does this a lot as well when he's on the Annie. He just kind of sits there and just drops his ult on you and just says, look, you're going to be half HP. I really don't care at this point. I don't need this. I have my stun stacked up. Let's just get the damage down and see if we can stop you from, again, getting out of lane like Yagao has been doing in the last minute or two. It has been a real tense standoff. Again, you can see the playmaking tools on both sides and why both teams are a little afraid to overcommit.
Yeah, just a little bit of hesitance, but trying to strike as much as possible, put some damage into the armor of either side. No big commit onto the objective so far. Shun did hover around bottom side for a long while, but will be resetting to clear his top side of the map and wondering where we start getting that proactivity from Shun and Yagao. Even a little bit of maybe love given to Bin, because this top trio is so important as we had set up earlier, Nymera.
And, you know, for all we've talked about the top lane, it's not been topside plays just yet, but when everyone moves bot side, it allows what has been, of course, that last pick when matchup into the Cassante to just be alone in lane, and that means you can play it out more effectively. You don't have to worry about the jungler being there nearly as much because they've been on vision on bot side that entire time. That does mean that Bin has managed to get up towards that top side, take a little bit of an early CS lead, and it also gives you a bit of an inroad to go towards Herald. So everyone shifted towards early game very early on. BLG hold off way from being able to take that dragon early enough, which means that they can actually use the timing now of Herald spawning to trade at least the objectives, despite them losing around bot side early in that first kill.
I really like this kind of trade-off, especially with the standoff that we've had so far in our first 9 minutes, but it has been constant roaming from Ming and On, and a little bit of feelers from both teams to try to find something early on. But again, I wanted to go back to kind of that point we were talking about coming out of the draft, where the LeBlanc-Wukong matchup is very strong in its own right, but I still struggle to see if you're not getting that advantage on LeBlanc, where you can really find that in, even if you are Yagao. And I feel like you can have a lot of trouble entering a team like one that is so stable that RNG drafted for themselves.
Yeah, I think that LeBlanc, with the changes to her wave clear, with her Q being able to reset if you kill a target with either part of it, of course if the second mark of it procs, you get that as well. Shun, again, we actually get the 2v2. Let's see what happens here.
We do. Angel will flash for that Timbers, and Shun getting so low. That second knockup, though, Yagao's trying to find something, but can't hit the chain. And it's a 2v2 that ends up in ultis burn, flashes burn, but nothing else going down.
So, 2 flashes away from RNG, one away from Shun. Shun initiates into that play with the Cyclone a little far out from Yagao, so LeBlanc can immediately combo in. Does mean that the flash away from Wei sees him to safety. And speaking of that LeBlanc, that's where those dangerous plays come in, where, you know, you have this question, oh, what happens if Wukong LeBlanc don't get ahead? What happens there? You have to be very careful around those plays to stop that eventual, that conversation ever really continuing.
Indeed. And so far, still very soft early game for both teams, as we did have that first kill to RNG bot lane and a good capitalization on pathing from Wei. And so far, so good on the home front. Both teams really waiting for Gala and Elk to get involved later on now. Feels like setting our sights on a later part of the game, as we will see kind of the stalemate right now for both sides.
It is stalemate, but a stalemate with the vision advantage to RNG. We mentioned that around bot side when everyone was moving out of lane, we were posting around the dragon. After that top side fight where Shun is, has his flash blown and has to back off because he loses so much HP, huge amounts of wards in that top side. RNG still managed to get wards in towards that bot side as well. So BLG need to do their fair bit of diligence in clearing out some vision around the side of the map that they want to play around. Of course, they have that Herald, they have a power play available to them, but because they're on so much vision, they don't feel empowered right now to really make the most of that. The only person who really feels empowered is Ben, just going, hey guys, can I just keep doing my thing up here? He's still got that CS lead.
just, inking it out just a little bit, about 10 CS. Yagao will be spotted on a roam here, pinged out by RNG, but it is interesting when you think about the kind of story to this point for both these teams. And I know we talked a lot about it before going into draft.
Tell me a story time, Mazel. I've missed this.
Expectations for both these two teams, especially coming to this one. Right, BLG, this is their second attempt at a would-be super team. I know we talked a lot about Elk, but they had an incredible bot lane last year. Tried to use Uzi, tried to use Doggo. It didn't work out for them. But bringing on Elk, bringing on a lot of these, just small names. Bringing on a lot of these teams set a lot of high expectations for BLG for a second year in a row. And while they have improved, while they have made it to the second round here in these playoffs, it's still a strength of struggle, it feels like, for them, and trying to find a way to make all the pieces work, where RNG have seemingly found a way to slot in those puzzle pieces now in the late season stretch.
Yeah, and thinking about how, these teams have found success in the past. Of course, BLG, they had those high expectations last year, never really met them. RNG on the other side, they've had their battles with that this year in terms of trying to go past the era of Xiaohu. But when Xiaohu was on this roster, one of the big things they succeeded in was with vision control and then power plays off of that. They've managed to get themselves, I like to call this optician gameplay, kind of switching between these wards, thinking, does this lens work better on, yeah, I wish you'd seen that one coming. Maybe you should have gone to his optician of choice. But again, you're just kind of flipping between these lenses, going like, oh, does this one work better? Does this one work better? Clear that one out, use the sweeper, put a control ward down, see if that one works better. But as it stands, RNG are kind of winning out the wrestle for wards as it goes by. Next Dragon is spawning in a minute. Wei is going to get himself back to complete his Sundra, same as Shun as well. So we're getting those first items starting to come in across the board. And we are yet again to see the first big explosive fight. Both of these teams are very aware of what happens if they make the first misstep. They get caught out by a Vial, they get caught out by a Rakan and a Wukong getting on top of a key carry. Things go from bad to worse once you start losing the fight.
Absolutely. So you don't want to start giving away that snowball. And even with that first kill going to Gala, they've gotten a little bit of a CS advantage down there as well. It hasn't really wrought anything else. We have about 20 seconds for another Dragon. And I see RNG positioning a lot of bodies down this way, see if they want to try to contest a little bit of vision there. But Yagao being a menace as ever in the mid lane. We do see a lot of movement from BLG here as well.
So Yagao just trying to get as much poking as he can. That's a flash for flash trade.
Very,
Give it on
very
the
close.
That one
Got
hits, you
to
actually
escape
even blow
one,
up,
got to warm everybody up, all right? Shake them out.
We do. So, but things are, if that hook hits, you're probably blowing ult and flash from Elk. Still got the ult, though, from Xayah. What tools we got available? Pretty much every ult available in the game. Don't have the quickness just yet. Mimic's just coming back up from Yagao. Everyone got a lot of guns to bring to bear.
Ben's here first.
Angel.
Ben has arrived. It's a 4v5. Here comes Breathe. The Dragon has already gone over to Shun. They'll be trading it down 1-for-1. Now they could collapse onto Breathe. Breathe finds himself in a little bit of trouble. It is the Ocean Soul that takes to the Rift, and BLG do nicely to stop the stacking of RNG.
Yeah, that's important, because give up to 2 dragons. If then RNG had those 2 early dragons and can get towards the next dragon first, then BLG think, well, don't really want to give him Soul Point for free. Elk still does have that ult. Remember, they couldn't blow that earlier, but he doesn't have flash. Trying to clear out that wave.
You got to. Elk is in trouble. The cease and desist. The lockdown. Couldn't even use the ulti. Wei gets the kill.
How many times have we seen Wei do this on the Vi? He's been doing this ever since Vi came into meta last year. Even when his other champions fell by the wayside, the Vi was always consistent. Big kill on that bot side. It's going to allow Gala to get what you'd imagine to be the first tower of the game down in that bot side, gets himself another assist, and Elk, the late game insurance for BLG, the late game absolute cornerstone of this roster, goes down for his first death in the series and at the playoffs.
Yeah, he's getting shut down a little bit in that bottom lane. Perfect execution of their strategy right now for RNG at least. And I always imagine Wei as the sword of RNG, while Cease and Desist makes that sword lock on. And they found the targets in the top side. BLG wanted to contest, but they don't contest anything. They do get 1 kill back. They lost that Rift Herald. They do get a nice triple chain of a CC onto Angel, and that'll be 2 kills to Ben. Exactly what you need as a breath of life for BLG.
Yeah, and that changes the equation. RNG, they've been winning out on these kind of tense standoffs around objectives, around vision.
Get it. Okay. It's gone.
But the Herald Eye does not get claimed in this place. You're not going to be able to get that second Herald. You do get the gold for killing it. You do get like 300 gold or so. for killing that objective. The second one of the game was one of the buffs they had to that one. But in recompense for that, you have given a lot of gold over to Bin. With this last pick, Gwen, that was counterpicked, and Bin, of course, when he has had individual matchups in the side lane, which he's had advantages in, he has been one of the very best players in the LPL at abusing them. Speaking of abusing AD carries on the turret, that's been Waste calling Cargo on this split as well. Way on this fight, again, this player has done great things with this champion. Sadly, couldn't necessarily get the most out of this fight in terms of kills. Didn't have the ult, of course, just used that in that bot side. And then as soon as Gwen enters the equation, you think, yeah, we kind of forgot about this champion. Not even after 2 to 3 items spike yet, but that's a dangerous fight from him.
I was looking at my Gwen is immune timer watch on my wrist, and as soon as those 2 kills went down, I saw it spike about halfway.
And you couldn't see it because you stood too far away from Ben. You went inside the game.
Well, or that. But it is incredible to kind of get that pressure for BLG from the top side. We've all known incredible cases of team fight Gwen moments, right? And Ben is set up for one of those moments, at least with a little bit of strength for BLG from the top side. But you've got to find a way to use that, and Yagao getting caught in the side lane is not the way to use any of that strength for BLG.
Yeah, see, Wei is actually still off of vision. See if
they don't have vision here. Yagao's so far up.
He doesn't have the flash to immediately kind of combo Q into ult as Wei did under that bot turret. And finally, he's going to be seen on the way out by that ward down bot.
Yeah, no flash from Angel either.
Yeah, means that kind of guaranteed lockdown a little bit harder. He does have that tip. We'll see if we're going to see that a little later into that game. Around one of the earlier Dragon fights, he's wondering if he had an angle to have one of his first big team battles of the game yet to really impact things. Got to keep that in mind though, later this game goes on. Speaking of later this game goes on, a lot of the time when you reach 2 to 3 items on Gwen, you expect to see something like Void Staff nowadays, something like a Death Gap, or even something like a Shadow Flame for flat penetration, so you are using your ultimate in team fights to just absolutely obliterate the backline. Ben's going for a Nash's Tooth second to just have individual advantage over Breed. This guy will continually go for this 1v1 matchup. Speaking of that, Wei is trying to make that as less individual as possible. Take advantage of it. Bring himself down to this lane before Bin hits those key items a little later into the game. But watch out for that because while, of course, around Gwen's release, had a lot more of the Nash's Tooth coming in. Haven't seen that as much in 2023, or at least the back half of 2022 as well. Just important to keep in mind because that might affect sidelines.
Now we are seeing a lot of early presence around this Dragon Pit for RNG, just a way trying to clear out some of the vision if possible. But you wonder if that second Dragon priority is going to skyrocket here for either team, trying to get some more of those scaling since not a lot of kills have gone by. There's not a lot of snowball potential on the map right now. Yagao's trying to get a side lane turret, but you see where the priority lies about 20 seconds out.
We do, because again, as we said, RNG, if they got 2 early dragons, then suddenly the 10 standoffs become just BLG having to go, well, we have to enter River against Vision, see how this works. And that's why BLG trying to force the meta a little bit more now, partly because Ben is here. And again, Ben does have a lot of that gold. On the other side is Gala. It is Ben and Gala who are really at the right spice right now. And yeah, BLG, they're first into the river. They managed to force their way through RNG Vision. And again, if RNG don't get these early drag stacks, maybe they can't force Ben away from the side lane later into the game. These moments can be very important when you look back at them later.
RNG are just pushing in this mid lane, trying to get a little priority there to move their bodies down to this dragon. And it looks like BLG are willing to let that one go this time around. So this will be second dragon stacked for RNG and first of our Ocean Souls. As BLG putting a little bit of pressure on this top side of the map, just want to try to get this outer tower up here and claim a little bit of gold back on the map.
But once again, we just don't see a fight. Neither of these teams feels confident enough to go into the enemy team. Maybe when you hit another item on that Gwen, we already talked about that being strong in an individual matchup, but hell yeah, 2-3 items on a Gwen, always strong in all situations. Maybe they can be a flanking threat beyond that point. Pop that W and mean that RNG can't really just collapse on them on the flank as you would do with, say, something like a Sansei on the other side. But as it stands though, BLG, they give up that second dragon, they're not willing to die for the attempt, they don't feel confident about taking the fight in their own way there. And RNG, they now just go back out into the wider map, and this has been a very considered, slow-paced game so far.
And that's what's so interesting to me, especially when we look at BLG, right? This is our first look at BLG in the playoffs in the postseason. The last time we saw them was a 2-1 loss over to their side, to OMG. And it always, for me, is a question of what does Momentum do, what does Time Off do in terms of strategy prep, but also, you know, readiness on the Rift. And I can appreciate that BLG are trying to take this one a lot more reserved, not overstep too many things. They've already given over some kills, they've gotten some back, right? But they're playing with a very reserved style, with a reserved comp where, you know, if they had a little bit of spice, if they were able to get Yagao and Shun ahead, they could snowball. But until then, it's a little bit difficult. Speaking of difficult, Shun found himself between a rock and a hard place, but Angel having to burn that flash, and Angel might just go down here. Gwyn becomes immune, and the clocker has hit midnight here now. Gala very low, trying to take down Yagao, but that's 2 more kills for Ben, and he's making his name known against Breathe here and against RNG.
And if the last part of the game didn't make sense to you, why are we playing so slowly? What's happening here? It's because as soon as you make the misstep against everyone running you down, either of these teams can fall apart very, very quickly. And RNG, they make the first big mistake. Despite them winning the Vision game early on, BLG, they wait it out, they find their option. Now they have a 4-kill Gwen, piloted by Bin and that top side. Talked about their importance already, and I'm sure we will continue to do so after this point, picking up even more gold from the fight.
It's so big for Bin to have this lead on this Gwen. We're talking about how influential Gwyn could be in the late game team fights. Well, it's about mid-game, and we saw that influence already with that 2-item spike. We'll take a look back, and it started off with Shun in a little bit of an issue here, but RNG, they decided to turn tail and run, and it ended up in BLG's favor.
And a lot of this is just through Angel being in the wrong place and not having the ability to shut down the threats against him. Typically, Annie wants to be on the front foot, bursting someone down with the ultimate, comboing up with someone else with a big AoE teamfight engage, but because of the Wukong clone, couldn't easily disengage Shun, gets burst out, and then has to retreat. When Annie is retreating, she is not nearly the same kind of champion as she is on the offensive. So BLG make use of that missed position, which we've been kind of waiting for the entire game, and now we're starting to see these second items coming through. Third items even being built towards for some of our key carries. Now, RNG, that was a bad fight for them, of course. They didn't really manage to get themselves on the front foot. They didn't manage to buy Gala enough space. Gala, if he does get that space, though, in the next fight, he does have so much more damage to bring to bear than Elk right now. He's at 2.5 items. Elk hasn't even got himself towards the Navori Quick Blades right now, which has defined so many of our AD carries. We could actually be hitting Navori at very similar times. Fro, Gala, and Elk. One of the big things about that item, though, is that if you have Runon's Hurricane, as Gala has right now, when he gets the 3 items, those Hurricane Bolts, when they crit, will also apply that Hurricane, the Navori Quick Blades, which means that Gala, for a moment in time, before Elk catches up to that same kind of 3-item spike, although Zara, of course, doesn't really build the Hurricane herself, really, Gala will be at such a bigger point of power. RNG will really want to look to leverage that.
Yeah, they will. And you saw in that gold graph right there that Gala is up in the individual matchup against Elk by almost 2,000 gold. And that is huge, but that also puts a lot of pressure on Gala, where we know he thrives under that kind of pressure. It is about executing that in this game, number 1. And coming off the momentum of that first series here in the playoff, they've got to be a little bit careful, be decisive in their shot calling.
Another thing which I just want to highlight very quickly, a little bit of a tangent from this, is that we actually have some XP leads starting to build up across the board as well. You can see that Breathe is 15 to Bin's 15, but only just hit that.
Bin. Don't do it.
Oh, he's just going to die.
There's that CC chain. He does go gold, and the rest of the team is here. He might be able to get out, and how many times have we said it? Gwyn is immune to you, RNG, as it's a double knock-up onto Breathe, and they find another kill. They are picking apart RNG.
RNG just double teleported into disaster. Bin could not be focused down at the start of that fight and gets the healing afterwards. It looked disastrous for BLG at the start of it, but they couldn't take down that Gwen, could RNG, and it's going to lead to not just more deaths, it's going to lead to a Baron going over. RNG trying to get themselves a consolation prize off this dragon, but Yagao is going to be harassing. He could maybe look for a kill after this point. Bin's walking down as well. Dragon's probably gone, but maybe these members could die.
They're going to try to take down this dragon. This would be 3rd dragon for RNG, so they get a little bit of something back. But the Baron, the big purple worm, goes to BLG. And with that strength, with these multiple fights going under their belt, they are coming back out on the Rift with such strength. And it started with RNG honestly shaking their heads after this play.
Oh, stopwatch, what an item, man. This is just an item which buys so much time. Puts the W up, goes into stasis. Gala and Wei have to back off because they can't stand around for the turnaround damage of Bin. And this double teleport is absolutely killer, and not in the way that RNG wanted it to be. They teleport into the later stacks of the needlework. Needlework absolutely threads them apart. And that is a bit of an oopsie from RNG from, again, what was a really well-considered, organized early game. As soon as it's come through to the mid-game, when BLG hit their item spikes, RNG have been left floundering.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about BLG, and now that we saw their coaching staff so hyped up in the background there, it is so huge for this roster who had that change up at that last moment, going on that run, but now having the crucial secret weapon, it felt like that was like so talked about in the community. Tabe coming over to BLG here, trying
Every
to be
team wanted him.
Those secret moments.
Really did feel like every community, every kind of fan community of the teams was asking for, hey, what's Tabe doing? This guy's got a pretty good track record as a coach. Can we have him? Top esports were thinking about it in terms of their community. BLG ended up getting that coach. Now Bree on the side lane. That's Nash's tooth. It's the 1v1 side lane advantage. Nash's tooth gives you so much damage on these towers, and Bin, with so much golden pocket, can be very, very game-breaking in side lanes at this point. Wei is trying to collapse onto the grouped unit in this mid lane. Can he flash onto him?
They do have the double catch out here, and nicely executed onto Elk. As now Shun needs to get out of this one, but I don't think he can. It's just going back in with the Cyclone. 2 go down to RNG to push him mid lane.
Classic RNG. You try and side lane against them. They find a way to catch you out on vision elsewhere. They get themselves 2 important kills. They're going to get themselves a mid out of turret. And BLG aren't able to keep this Gwen in the side lane because they have to respond to the mid lane. A big moment for RNG. They're still against that Baron buff. It's going to time out probably before they can do that much more with it now because they've had to kind of reset where their waves were. And now RNG, hard-earned kind of defense of this Baron.
We'll take a look back as well as a nice wrap around flank from Wei. And a unfortunate step up feels like for BLG, because they wanted to try to get an out route, but ended up wrapping right back around to Wei's jaws.
It is so difficult playing against Wei's Vi. Has felt like ever since he picked up the champion last year, Wei has been so proficient at playing around vision, queuing across ward lines, making sure he can hide in that fog of war and get an explosive engage out of it. It's so difficult to predict up to that point. And Elk, someone that we've praised so much, has just not been able to keep himself safe.
Can't do it, even with the Featherstorm, even with the cleanse, even with the flash. It's too much CC and chained it too beautifully by RNG. We got to check in at some item completions here. I'm sure we're going to be getting to our 3rd item for Elk, but we do have 3 items completed for Gala, 3.5 rather, and that is where the gold is right now. That is where the carry potential is right now for RNG.
That it is. So, as it has become so many times, it is about Gala and whether he can get significant damage down in these team fights. If he is alive midway through a team fight, you've got to be scared as BLG, but they don't have, of course, lacking tools either. Gala's going.
Gala does hit that lightning crash there. The tower fell, and BLG got exactly what they came for. RNG pop a little bit of aggression, show a little bit of those fangs, but can't pull the trigger.
And they can't. So they pop that lightning crash, and they go, okay, I'll really dash into the Gwen still, even though they're half HP. That Gwen is such a great champion at dealing with champions diving into them. Pop that W, throw that ult through the rest of the team. The healing comes through quickly after that point. Gala struggling to really make those killer blows, but again, you can see how quickly they do shred through HP bars, even though they can't finish off those kills. Gala is a threat. BLG, they've not seen this game out just yet, despite being in a good position. However, that could change in 40 seconds when this Ocean Soul comes up for RNG. They traded, of course, they managed to get the consolation prize of that Soul Point Dragon when the last Baron went down. If they can capitalize on that right now, BLG might still have some extra questions to be asked of themselves.
BLG are setting up for a little bit of fun in the bush before this dragon starts. They know exactly how important this is for RNG, but RNG can go ahead and pull that off, right? They are looking at late game. We already said that for both these 2 teams, and at this point, you have a little bit of security knowing you're on Soul Point, and you can give up one of these dragons. Yeah. You can buy a little bit more time for Gala to get that 4th item, that 5th item.
Especially since BLG, they've hit themselves some micro power spikes as well. Make your job easy for you, Mazel, looking out at the next couple of fights, because look at the amount of stopwatches on the top side of the map. You've got a Zhonya's built up. Ben had one of those pretty insane turnarounds a little earlier into the game where RNG could not finish him off through that stasis. Shun also has himself a stopwatch. Yugao as well. Those momentary moments of power can be very, very powerful, even if they're just one-use active items. So RNG didn't have the vision, didn't think they had the power spikes. Wei is in this top side, trying to play around vision again. Lucky to not get hit by that chain. Wei trying to play his vision game as well as he has done the rest of this first face-off between these 2 teams.
Indeed, and it's still a little bit of moment of pressure here from RNG. I love that Wei is still trying to play up, take as many resources as possible away from Shun, but it comes down to these next catch-outs, right? When we were talking in draft, we said that RNG have a lot of pick-out tools. We've seen them utilize those really well into Elk, and in these downtimes, that's where I want to see that pulled off for RNG.
So, see what they can do with that time allotted to them. 4 minutes until the next Dragon. RNG might hit themselves another key item on someone like Angel or Breathe by that point, which might allow them to play a bit more strongly on the initiation around that front line. Gala has pretty much all the items he needs at this point. As we said, he's reached that combo of the Navori Quick Blades and the Hurricane. That's the third item. The fourth item that came in is, of course, that Bloodthirster. BLG, if they want to try to take down that enemy at AD carry, they will find that harder to get purchased. Elk on the other side has stopped off for a Lodomic's regards. He really just doesn't want to be facing anyone but frontline to frontline at this point. Every time Gala or Angel gets within range of him, he has died pretty horribly, and despite having, again, an incredible split, incredibly high damage per minute, incredibly high damage percentage as well for the league, highest in both in those stats, he has been very much focused. He has been the object of RNG's desire. Maybe you could say that Bin has benefited from that because they've not been able to put resources into both sides of the map, but now BLG putting some damage into Baron, forcing RNG to come into their vision, come into them. What can BLG do with this space?
Oh, Breathe will see Gig out on the side. Big engage, and already on is gone. You've got the immune circle from Ben, who's sniffing down the competition. As Gala is gunning him out, and that's why you don't give this man Theory, because he's already found himself a triple. Can they give him a quadra as well as RNG? They put BLG onto the back foot, and that's a Baron for Royal Never Give Up.
No one gets close to touching Gala, who walks away with what could be the game-winning fight. That is going to be Baron into a huge amount of pressure across the map. RNG will be able to take control of their wave. They'll be able to see out the timer for the next Dragon and potentially head towards a Soul at that point. And BLG, they massively fumble this Baron. They're hemmed into the pit. Yagao is not getting onto the backline. Completely neutered by the Nautilus as well, completely neutralized. And Gala, after that point, goes, well, has no cooldown, so Khan's not there, Bin's not hitting him either. Gala just does a little bit of counting of cooldowns and says, you have nothing to deal with me, I'm taking this fight.
Yeah, they forgot about Gala, as some would say. As you can never do that. As we talk so much about experience, we talk so much about expectations coming to this one. Well, the expectation is if Gala gets Zeri and you make it past 30 minutes, he will blow you out of the sky.
He has done that for so much of spring, even when RNG have been struggling. It's one of these reasons why, even though a lot of people didn't have a lot of high hopes for RNG coming into this first round of playoffs, I think rightfully so. This team, you can't really write them out when it comes to the big games. They have big game players that have been on the very biggest stages. BLG now have to see out the rest of this game, try and find themselves back into a semblance of an advantage against the Baron buff, against what could be a disadvantageous Baron setup. They don't really have grievous wounds on their team right now. If an Ocean Rift, or Ocean Soul rather, would to come through from RNG, they want to be winning this next fight. I think after that point, things get much, much harder for them.
It is a difficult situation now for BLG where they still have so much strength in Bin. They're looking at that rabbit on Spike as the fourth item for him, but hey, Gala is exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, so Marcel, do you know how it's so hard to kill Gala? Would you like to kill him twice? Guardian Angel's there.
It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. It's going to be very difficult. I think BLG realized that they are running out of tools to take down this very sturdy composition that RNG drafted. It's something we have talked about coming in the draft, but now they're trying to pick it apart. It's a re-engage. Lightning crashes from Gala. He has so much AoE damage. He's flashing in, and RNG has swept this game one by storm as it's one last desperate attempt for Ben and Yagao, but the lockdown is there. Angel CCs them down, and Wei chases Yagao here. There's not anything left for BLG on the map, and TP's coming in, signal the end of game one for RNG.
Gala makes himself so tempting. Oh, you can definitely engage onto me here. BLG, they take the bait, but they don't have their Gwen. They don't have Bin. And in the battle of the Fed Gwen versus the Zeri, it's Gala, the AD carry, that comes out on top.
He becomes immune just by being in the presence of the Zeri. He becomes the carry that RNG need in crucial moments. And it is that combo of him and Ming that have stood the test of time for RNG and put themselves one leg up over BLG in this series.
That is a huge game for RNG to take, though, because remember, this is the first game of the series where BLG got themselves that red 5 counter pick, red side draft. It gives you that ability to counter pick one of these solo lanes. We know that Bin loves to play through individual laning side lane matchups, and he had so much gold. It doesn't get much better than this. You have your choice of the matchup, the gold has gone your way as well, and you can't finish off that game. In fact, actually, when it came to the big fights later into the game, Bin could not make it work. He was never threatening Gala. Gala was never under threat of dying in these fights. Now you have to question, BLG, you've tried your topside approach. RNG demolished you while trying that. Maybe it's time to put something back towards that carry and bot lane for Elk. You really didn't get a look in that game.
Yeah, especially after that early blood going over to Gala, it never got easier down there. And I think that's where you look at those tools given over to RNG, and you've got to find a way to pick apart some of those. The thing about game ones in these best fives, especially in the LPL, is it builds so much momentum. RNG already coming off momentum off their round 1 win over TT, but specifically in these best ofs, it makes BLG have to return to the table. It gives RNG a lot of strength coming into the draft for game number 2, and that's what I'm looking for them to take advantage of. And for BLG to try to find a little bit of bounce back. Maybe use Tabe's infinite wisdom to try to find something in terms of changing that composition and finding that stability around bot side, like you're saying.
Yeah, and on the other side, though, you look at RNG, and things that impressed us were particularly how they played around the vision control and how they ended up stabilizing the game around Gala's Item Power Spikes. You know, they absorbed a lot of mid-game kind of awkward fights. That double teleport into Bin was not it. Don't really want to see that one again. But they took that in their stride and said, you know what? Gala can get items. Gala can do the heavy lifting after that point.
Look at that swing.
And looking at that swing, that is basically just going to the point where Gala just puts his hand up and says, hey guys, I'm ready to fight now. They fight, they win.
I hit items. It's incredible. That's a LPL gold graph if I've ever seen one. A swing of 4,000 gold either side throughout this game, and really a lot going for the win conditions that we had said coming into this one. I think we had a little bit of a quieter game from Shun than I think I would have wanted from a BLG fan perspective, but seeing Bin able to have a lot of strength from the top side on the Gwyn, got to find something that maybe bends with the team a little bit more, and especially coming down to the execution of bot lane, right? That 2v2 now, even though we had put so much prowess on top lane, see what happens with these top trios, all eyes are on bot lane after that first game, and who gets to late game, who is the one that is put into a position for carrying, because Gala showed that he has the mechanics and he's warmed up, ready to go.
And let's talk about Ming as well. The amount of times I think about it now where actually the flash forward in lane, blowing summoners for summoners at points as well, the first play of the game as well, going towards that first blood, stopping the Rakan from engaging. This is not just a one-man army of Gala. He's been given a lot of room to maneuver because of his support's gameplay as well.
And who else could it be but the tried and true carry, the support role for RNG. We're going to step away for a little break. On the other side, we'll see if BLG can find a bounce back into this best of 5.
And now we arrive at playoffs. That elusive time of the year where all of your practice is put to the final test. The moment where that single prevailing question is answered. Can you show up when it matters? It doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran or, well, rookie. This is your shot at the trophy. This is what it's all been about. Keep your eyes on the prize as the world keeps their eyes on you.
The LPL are kings again.
Your heart of glass, empty and hollow.
Shine out, just infinite advantage in the top side. Has his ultimate, if he could find the stun. This could be a kill from the Shine. Flashes in.
As Knight jumps in on the Dogger, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. But they've already killed off Baolan. They're going to kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Look back into the game. But Tarzan,
Oh
he's gone!
God, LPC gets sniffed out of existence as soon as LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD. No man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. Yukao should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beituan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over. Unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! ADG's Leave is on another level.
It's you, your brothers in arms, and a shot at the title. You either go all out or you go home. So let's see what you're made of.
When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
我觉得面对新选手，他的风格就是打得比较激进嘛，然后野合玩的也很好，就是需要自己去选一些强势组合去限制他吧。比赛里嘛，然后玩野合不是特别好赢吧，还是以偏重资源为主会好赢游戏一些。季后赛面对 BLG 的话，就是会跟他们选强势组合，一直跟他们打架吧。想对冰选手说，等着我来抓你吧。
Well, we got to hear from RNG's way on how they wanted to approach the style against Shun, and I think it worked out pretty well. They executed on the comp to bring stability to the team composition to punish Shun, and Wei will get our MVP for game number 1 after an impeccable Vi performance that started off with punishing bot lane and then punishing the entirety of BLG.
He's brought peace, justice, security to his new bot lane as he's kind of just really just made Elk's life really difficult. It has felt like in a lot of BLG games on the other side of the rift, it has been just wait until Elk can do something. Wait, stop that right in his tracks a number of times, getting right onto Elk from awkward pockets of vision, flashing on top of him with vault breakers, can permanently CCing him. And this was the kind of play where you start to realize, oh, Elk is not going to have an easy game.
It's moments like this where you know you messed up. No, he really did mess up. There's just no options there for him, and it was Wei's constant pressure, but as well as this flank that really started to bring RNG back into the game.
And this one is just so ridiculous because it is such classic RNG. You split the map and you try and play around side lanes, and they just sucker punch you. They gut punch you whenever you try and stay away from a grouped up unit. They find the big engage, and it's Wei that finds it. And while Gala is the person dealing so much damage, and Gala was the key to this composition, the performance of Wei made it so easy to do that. And then at this point too, it really was just, again, Gala being set up for success by the rest of his team and kind of just baiting BLG into a fight where they didn't have their Fed top laner. Bin was not as impactful as they needed him to be on this Gwen, and walked away, sadly for him, having a lot of draft resources put into him in that top lane counter pick. He was given last pick. He was given a lot of bans in his first round bans as well, and he couldn't make it work. So now BLG, they have to go back to the drawing board and reassess where their draft priorities lie.
I feel like Wei is the support staff behind the shooting range that Gala is at, and he's running around with the targets, just making sure that Gala hits everything he possibly can.
Everything's pointing down range.
It works well. And I think the fact that you get to see this kind of strength from game number 1 of RNG, it is raising that bar of execution for BLG here, right? They went with a very... I guess aggressive mid 2v2 in the LeBlanc Wukong. They weren't really able to pull that off. They weren't able to reactively kind of help out their bot lane in any extent. So I'm looking at that kind of rehoning in of win conditions for them in this second game, where we will see them over on this blue side and maybe changing things up a little bit, not having that counter pick that they used last time around for Bin.
Yeah, well, at this point, maybe you can... Well, obviously, on blue side, you don't have to put out as many of the OP bans, I suppose. So maybe you can get yourself a Vi pick yourself, remove that from Wei, who, of course, was so powerful on that. Talked about that a fair amount at this point. It
Shun
does allow
did play
you
it
to...
16 times in regular season.
He's played it an awful lot. Turns out the LPL junglers just really like that point-and-click engage.
Really
to
like
say, because I think the special thing about LPL junglers is that very often they know the exact time they want to fight. It's just that Vi allows them to do that very consistently at that point. It's why Sejuani is also really good at that point too. It's just saying, we're going. I think that particularly with junglers heading away from, as we heard in that video just before we came back into the second game, Wei was going to talk about how, you know, jungle isn't really the damage carry anymore. And of course, Wei in previous seasons was a great Graves player, was a great player of carries from the jungle himself, with someone like Xiaohu, his ex-mid laner, kind of providing for him, and him, kind of their mid laner being the second jungler at that point. But it's very important that RNG and their jungler have kind of recognized, nope, better right now is just get onto your target, have the champions to do so, and playing a game like that makes it a very powerful style of play to play towards.
Yeah, and again in the cast, I kind of teased the fact that Wei, I feel like for me, is the sword of RNG, and he's been guided throughout his history by some wonderful generals in Xiaohu and Ming. While he still has Ming, a lot of the trials and tribulations of RNG in the early part of the season were because
sword,
they didn't
quite alarming.
Yeah, there you go. But they weren't able to find that direction, right? And that was the hardest part to watch. But it feels like now they found a lot of stability in that, and I think it has been Wei really stepping up up to a leadership role, to a more pole position on RNG, where a lot of the times before, yes, he was strong in his own right, but it was a lot of facilitating, right? But this prospect who really made his name on E-Star in 2020, you know, on the Xin Zhao's, this big pick coming in, came to RNG in 2021, was a bit of a trek, but now he has found such a home here in RNG and is such a staple for this organization.
And considering that, actually, when RNG were looking at their worst of points, where it was often a lot of where the criticism was going for those kind of rosters, saying, oh, you know, actually when he doesn't have these initiation buttons, or he looks out of position, so he had to crutch on the Vi at some points when they started not doing so well at points. That conversation has kind of really faded into the background now. He's overcome that. He has become a newer kind of iteration of himself. On the other side, BLG, of course, we're talking about criticisms to level at teams or whatever. We've talked an awful lot throughout that first draft about how many resources were put towards the Gwen and draft, even though there weren't ganks towards that point. The gold, the draft priority was given towards their top laner. They couldn't make that work. Bin, I'm wondering if he sticks to his guns. He always has done. He always has them. There's been a lot of community memes about the player, about how he will just, every time a draft, just say, this is best for me. I will carry. I will take a side lane matchup. And for the most part, that has worked really well from him. But you have to recognize, on the day, in this series, is that going to see your team through to a win?
That is the question that remains to be answered here. We'll see what that response is here from BLG in this second game. Do they find a little bit of priority given to their solo lanes, where mid was banned out heavily? A lot of those roaming mid lanes taken off the table last time. Here we see BLG on the blue side ban away the Scion and that Nautilus that Ming piloted so well last game. The tried and true Kindred ban against Shun by RNG. And we'll see what their second and third bans are going to be.
This does mean you are going to potentially see a cannon coming through, unless BLG want to ban that last. Of course, on blue side, you feel like you are less forced to ban some of the
Look at that face.
Very, very
Look at that
powerful
face.
picks.
He's like, man, you just ban away all my champions, man. Come on, you don't want me at my strongest.
Oh, man. Well, Wukong, sadly, did not look as strong for Shun in that first game, but he might get himself his hands on his Vi. Wonder if that will be the last pick for RNG. It depends what they want to let slip through. Of course, again, you're going to have one of these big power picks being let through at this point. AD carries aside, stuff like the Zyra and the Zeri, they've typically been traded. It really has been something like that Vi, which is that last ban, which kind of does need to be removed.
Nothing.
Again, LPL Vi's are really good, but that means the cannon comes through. LPL cannon has been incredibly powerful even before the recent buffs that came through. Now, there have been some teams and some players in solo queue which have been devising some counters to the cannon. OMG, who of course we'll see in the other round 2 match, of course in the next match in playoffs, has been playing Victor top into the cannon. We've seen some AD carry tops as well, stuff like Quinn, Lucian, Tristana into that pick as well to bully out the cannon very early, outrange them. However, we have also seen just some, hey, I'm going to lock in a hyper tank. Typically, it's been the Scion that's banned away to nullify that pick. That has had to happen, though, because players like Bin and even Breathe, of course, as well, have been so impactful on this pick. You can't really just try and nullify that matchup more often than not.
Yeah, we saw the impact of the Bin cannon in some of those clips before the series started, but I love this combo from RNG. Way on the Lee Sin, something he is so strong at, something that kind of plays to his strengths as a very strong mechanical jungler. I love it, but they also still have that stability from Annie, right? That Flash Tibbers combo that we saw them execute well in game number 1 is going to be there, and even more potent with the Lee Sin. And now I'm looking at BLG, who started off with a strong strength and Kennen early pick, in nonetheless very interesting in that regard, but they go with the Zeri themselves as their second pick.
Dude, because the thing about Zeri is that all she really needs is someone to give her a little bit of time to work things through, and the cannon ult does that, but the Viego is locked in. We are once again, after all this time, returning back to Lee Sin Viego, the matchup we have seen for so many years at this point. But when this is not just any Lee Sin Viego matchup, it is Shun on a damaging carry champion, and it is way on, of course, the early pressure champion of that Lee Sin as well. So much ability to play around these two champions, and in mid jungle 2v2 or elsewhere, these guys now in the jungle have a lot of agency.
And I love it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but at this point, Shun was just like, they're going to just ban away everything. I'm throwing out the gloves. I'm going with my bare fists. And we're going to find out who wins this matchup. As, at one point, you just take away all the tools. You have to go to your comforts. You have to go to some carries and find a little bit of strength in that jungle.
See, the thing is, you've kind of just described the opposite champion, though, because he's just picked up
Well,
the
you
giant
know what?
two-handed, the giant
He's
two-handed
took the
sword
gloves off.
against the guy with no gloves on the Lee Sin. For me, I feel like there's a disconnect there. The thing is, when you're picking up this Viego,
Yo, you can imagine. All right, imagine.
yeah.
Use your imagination.
We'll see, because the creativity from BLG in that last game, the thing is, the creativity from BLG in that last game, it didn't leave that much up to the imagination in that late game. They really kind of struggled with the tools that they had in those late game scenarios. Now, heading into this game too, they do at least have that reset potential. They're not going to have some of Yago's roaming picks, as you kind of pointed out towards the start of this kind of draft as well. A lot of last draft's second round bans were about roaming mid lane picks. Talia was gone, Galio was gone, I believe Ryze was gone at that point, and now we see that RNG, they've locked away the Lissandra and the Galio. Now, maybe Yagao could go into something like LeBlanc again. We have seen some Ari Viego popping up a little bit, but of course, something like Syndra or LeBlanc again helps you get that single target burst into a reset from that Viego, which can be very, very helpful. You need something to pin people down. You're looking for pick combos at this point. On has been very, very strong on a lot of these hook champions, which have engage potential. So hovering over that Blitzcrank, it is actually quite legit for him. He struggled on the Rakan in game 1, but again, engage is the name of the game. You're looking to try and get something to pick off enemies so your Viego and your Zeri can start running rampant.
I actually really appreciate this Aphelios for Gala. Again, you look at late game carries and it's synonymous with Gala and the potential to carry that RNG always relied on him for. But BLG, they opt into the Rakan here in the bottom lane with that Zeri. So a little bit of engage, a little bit of peel back available there. But we're still looking at what this final pick, what this support. I guess there's still a little bit of flexibility for RNG, but it's actually the Vigor pick that comes through for Yagao.
So, this is a pick which, of course, has come up to prominence in the LPL. We've seen it a little bit in bot lane as well from LWX, but it has been typically something that UCal played a lot of it in the mid lane, amongst other players as well. Yagao's played the 2 games of it. This will be his 3rd across spring, and now coming into this last pick. It's about that safety. You start seeing that cage forming, Lantern goes down and pulls someone out of danger, and it might help Angel position a lot more aggressively on something like this Annie if they want to step up to the play as well. So BLG, this is a composition that wants to really isolate one target, burst them down, use that cannon to kind of force the enemy team to retreat, maybe leave someone in their stead as Shun starts resetting on the Viego. On the other side, if you don't pick off that first pick, you have a lot of mobility. You have a lot of ability to catch people out in the front line. I particularly imagine that once again on the Rakan, could have a pretty hard job of trying to find those engages. Last game, it was Ming hooking him with the Nautilus every time that Rakan tried to enter the fight and made his life very, very difficult. It's going to be a lot in execution again. Game 1 execution went in favor of RNG quite heavily, especially when towards that late game because Gala got items. In this game, Shun has a bit more ability to carry. Maybe that changes his role within the team after a quiet game 1. Game 2 has all the tools once again to be a back and forth skirmish teamfight game.
And when we were coming into this one, it was all about performance versus expectations in differing fashions. RNG, the expectations of this team trying to come in here and make a run all the way at starting at that round 1. BLG making it to the second round, giving themselves a little bit of breathing room coming into the playoffs, bypassing that first week, that first round rather. But here they are potentially going backs against the walls after this game. They've drafted a comp that brings them to a late game head. They have Shun who can build that bridge on Viego, and they'll have to find a way to get to constructing here as we get into game number 2. RNG versus BLG.
Gios once again bring out across the arena. RNG fought their way out of a mid-game deficit to take game 1. For those,
it's an 8,000 gold swing in game number 1.
It was pretty huge, and it was really off the back of Gala getting big items. Now, in this kind of game, the Aphelios has, you know, a pretty decent job again. Actually, just hold on to that thought, Shun.
He was going to, and he saw
Everyone
away.
is stacked up here.
He got baited though, and this cannot be the way you start off this game, but it is. Wei gets the kill, first blood for RNG.
It's a kill to a Lee Sin as well. They only blow an exhaust in that bot side. So Wei on the Lee Sin is not going to be able to get a recall to buy anything with that gold so far. So at least on first clear and maybe level 3 ganks. Wei will not have any extra stats to show. Shun is still going to be able to get onto his buff. Only looks like 10 seconds just late on his play, which can actually be a significant amount, but it's not like he's been completely shut out of his jungle camps on the other side. RNG get themselves a bit of a freebie. BLG at least probably know that Wei is starting towards that top side. He's going to get his red buff first. Wei, very interested to see what he does, not just on his first player, now that he kind of knows he has the timing advantage versus that Diego, but after he gets his first back and gets that gold spec.
It was a very quick level 3 gank in bottom side last game from RNG and from Wei specifically, clearing out early and trying to wrap around. I expect a lot more of that aggressive pathing from the Lee Sin for this time around the second game. But my question is, man, BLG are putting a lot of faith in their late game here, right? They first picked the Kennen into the matchup here, into RNG, where there was a lot of strength for Ben last game on the Gwen, but it was also opting into rather going the safer approach and finding a more stable comp. They just took, again, the fisticuffs way and went full-on aggression, right? Full-on, Shun getting something comfortable and getting Gao and Elk to a place to carry.
Yeah, I think I would temper that and say there's a lot of mid-game ability as well, particularly when you have the pick-off potential of Rakan, Veigar, and then Kennen once he hits like 2 items. I think they have some ability to play around those spikes as well, but yes, the later the game goes on, you can very much burst out those carries on the other side. It does kind of, it's not like it plateaus completely after that point. RNG.
Elk saying, I want a Gala moment too, okay?
Yeah.
Or I guess it's more of a Zeri moment at that point.
Let's be honest, most AD carries would be pretty happy with a Gala moment, given that he's, walked away with another set of pentakills this split, been a really strong carry for his team. And, Gala is a player that historically in the LPL has been looked up to now as one of those kind of in the halls of greatness. And the LPL has had an awful lot of good AD carries. Gala is fairly highly ranking amongst them.
On is just eating those death sentences so far early on.
It's a death
being
power
on
grab.
point. Yeah, at that point. A couple of different goings of back and forth, but RNG keep you a lot of presence there. And I like that you were kind of talking a little bit about that, because it is interesting as Gala's kind of story to get to this point, right? He feels like he's been on RNG for so long, but it took a while to get to RNG, right? It came in summer in 2020, and it's been a moment where, like, for me, I have that Sheen call, the Gala. Like, I hear that in my dreams, because this man is incredible when you give him those moments to step up, right? When you have these moments where ADC is so particularly strong in the meta, and you can rely on Gala to be there.
Yeah, the way that I've viewed Gala for such a long time is that if you don't end the fight, if you don't start the fight with killing Gala, he's likely going to end it by killing you. He is so good at kind of judging when to reinitiate a fight, judging things halfway through a 5v5 and saying, actually, now's my time, which is why, of course, something like the Zeri or the Kai'Sa, which can reposition so well, has been very, very important to him. Of course, the Aphelios has less ability to do that, but has plenty of turnaround with the ult. Wei's on vision towards his top side as we talk about, of course, the opposite side of the map, the one that is on screen. Wei does, of course, get himself to an early Iron Spike Whip, which is much more expensive than something like the first back Sheen from Shun. It also allows you to add in, of course, an extra AD ratio into your kit. Very important for Lee Sin. We'll be building towards an early gore drinker. And that will be, if we get any more gold coming in towards Wei, if he gets himself another kill, something like that, fairly important to track. A lot of the time, people talk about kills going over to junglers or to supports as kind of annoying, you don't really want it. But given how powerful mythic items are and the first couple of items of the game, if you're able to use that power spike well, get to play around that, an early gore drinker or something of the like, can have value. Speaking of that, Shun trying to finally get himself involved in the game, besides just that first death of it. Getting some vision. And once again, it looks like we are trying to set up for wards. It is the optician gameplay. Who's seeing better at this point?
And so far, it was RNG who are looking to take away some of the vision against BLG, but maybe a little bit of early 2v2 here with Rome now bringing more members in. The Dark Passage is available for a way to get out. Here comes Elk over the wall with that Ultra Shock laser. BLG snuff out RNG's vision game. They should be able to turn around onto this dragon.
Doesn't matter what iteration Zeri is in, that hop over the wall can be so difficult to factor in once you go in towards these more skirmishy plays. Although she is a late game team fight monstrosity, the fact that she can join those plays so quickly makes it very difficult to play around these big terrain wall-ridden fights. Wei is going to come back down. Angel has level 6, has flash as well, but he's getting collapsed on.
He is. That Event Horizon actually coming out to try to make something happen, but And it will find the distance. The rest of RNG coming in here to support. And we've literally just had a consistent, 3v3, 4v4 here hovering over this, even though that objective had already gone down to BLG.
BLG looking to see if they can fish for a fight. Potentially, there we
There's
go.
some trouble. Beautiful flash on as well. Gets that huge engage. The event horizon hits. I don't know if they have the damage just yet, though. The graviton from Gala used nicely to delay BLG's re-engage. And BLG are looking spicy. They are putting out their feelers to try to get something going.
Yeah, you can see the CC chain that they do have to bring to bear. Despite them not getting kills, they do get both summoners away from Gala, and they get both summoners away from Ming as well. So a lot of the safety, a lot of the disengage play from RNG will not be available. Maybe if it comes around a Herald fight, there's a Flash ultimate, which you now can't exhaust from the cannon. Watch out for that in the next few minutes, and that will of course be the next objective of the game. Game 1, there was a trade between Dragon and Herald. BLG on the defensive side of things delayed the Dragon take from RNG early enough that they could get that Herald. Heading into the second game, RNG not able to do so, so we might actually see fights around both sides of these objectives, but BLG can see again how powerful they are, and once they start getting their first kind of CC chains in play.
And I definitely need to see Shun get some resources on this Viego early on. I feel like always the potential for the resets in team fights, of course. But if you don't have a little bit of strength on Viego, you don't have that presence of mind, right, going into a lot of these fights. And I think that's going to be interesting for BLG to approach. And they're going towards bot lane. The hook lands on a Shun, bringing Ming a little bit closer to the jaws of BLG. There's a big chakra multi, Moonlight Vigil from Gala. He's trying to get down some damage here, but he's all by his lonesome. He's just getting dragged out as Elk picks up a kill, so does Shun.
The Summoner's Blow leads to RNG's untimely demise in that 2v2. Gala, Ming, they pick the Aphelios Thresh. Very strong lane, very strong ability to play around 2v2, but not when you fall into a 2v3 without the tools to fight. BLG, they could have maybe headed towards this top side. As we were saying, hey, there's no exhaust on Ming. You've got that cannon with that flash. Maybe they can head towards that. They head towards bot lane first. They call the bluff. Even though Herald has spawned, they find themselves a gap in that time, and now they still get to return to this and Wei stunned.
Oh my goodness! A little bit of damage given back to Bin's old jungle in a way. We'll see if things can go a little bit differently as we prepare for 3v3, maybe a little bit of a 4v4, I guess, in the end.
Surely you can't take this fight. They're looking for a steal. You can't go into a cannon.
I think he's trying to find it. Oh no, not gonna go for it. The Dark Passage was there ready to go. They have that really sick mobility combo here with RNG as well.
Yeah, it doesn't really work when you go, like, I don't know whether you've worked in events management, but the Event Horizon's a particularly special one of that, where you don't really get to move anywhere. It's not the most fun party ever, but wherever he jumps in for that, you go straight into the cage and immediately dies. So really well played from BLG. And you can see the threat which RNG have to look at there. Even though you don't see them commit towards that fight, they can't. You don't have the exhaust. There's a cannon with flash, and you don't have flash on someone like Gala or Ming. You can already see what that meant for them before this, as they find an extra little goodie bag when they go for that fishing.
It's such an unfortunate hook. It's like, oh,
it is,
man.
like, oh. No, once again, it's like, oh. So I guess you're wondering how I got here. No plans, no flash for Gala as well. This goes, well, guess we'll try again next time. And now suddenly, Elk has himself the gold this time around. Gala was supercharged, superpowered in that last game, and Elk didn't really get the chance to play it out. This time, Elk has the gold, Gala on the other end of that.
And now looking back on the map, Shun having this Rift Herald, very interested to see where he wants to put this gold. We just keep opting into Elk again. Elk has been the pillar of BLG when you're looking for late game carry, right? When you're looking for carrying out of the bot lane from ADC, Elk has been incredible in that fashion, right? Even last year, he was the brightest point for me on Ultra Prime. He was that moment where if Ultra Prime had any hope in any game, it was through Elk carrying. And I think we've seen him come into his own this year on BLG and step up in a fashion that I feel like has been a long time coming.
And no better time for BLG, of course, going up against such a historic organization as RNG, with so many players which have had such high amounts of success before. You need your own star performances. LPL is never short of them. Oh, that's a hook around the minions. Not going to be followed up on, especially into that minion wave. But again, Ming showing he's on point still.
He just keeps connecting the death sentences. We do have another dragon coming up on the board, and both junglers already positioning around this way. I expect Shun to use some of this aggression here. He does have a little bit of a level advantage over the Wei. He's gonna take a 1v1 skirmish, and I love this back and forth, but the Heartbreakers come down.
Oh.
The flash missed by Shun, but it was Wei who flashed over thinking he was gonna follow up. Nothing comes through, but Summoner spells burn, and these junglers feeling feisty, Nymera.
That they are. First item was completed. Yagao used the spellbook Ignite. Well, fires the ult as well.
On
Angel.
the grand entrance, there he comes. He doesn't really have the damage. The flash from Yagao's like, I need that kill. As the charge comes through, get a couple plates of gold over to Shun, and BLG pounce.
And just before this dragon spawned, RNG's mid-jungle get caught out in their own side of the map. They get caught out in their own lanes. BLG finally getting themselves, compared to last game as well, some ability to move out onto the map. It has felt like, despite Elk and Bin having their own mid and late game successes, a lot of the early game has, of course, been through Shun and Yagao when they get ahead of the game. Yagao coming in, of course, as still reigning champion of the LPL from JDG last year. Shun with his own kind of reputation to his name as well as an aggressive forward foot jungler as well. In this game, getting some value. They're going to get themselves every objective of the game so far. They've dropped 1 kill. Besides that, RNG, they've not taken towers, they've not taken dragons, they've not taken heralds. BLG, compared to the first game, getting an awful lot of a stronger foothold in game 2.
Really good start off here, and good collapse. I think On really a crucial piece to this one. An Angel flashing, but it's a little too late. Wei can't really do anything from just over the wall. And it's just good capitalization. Then you get that charge off, you get a couple plates, a little bit of pressure for BLG from mid lane. And they have stacked up so far in this early game, just under a 2,000 gold lead 13 minutes in.
Yeah. Speaking of those stacks on the Rod of Ages, stacks on the passive of Veigar coming through as well. Getting ahead on Veigar and getting to be able to hit your lane opponent helps an awful lot. They spot them out with the blue trinkets, timely so.
That was actually really huge from Elk. Stays helping out his teammates here, Nymera.
We like that. We like the positivity here. Both these teams, of course, have played towards their larger team fights as well. The power of friendship seeing them through in the fighting fights. On. Not going to get stunned out right now. Angel didn't have that stun ready and available just yet. RNG, they were caught out individually just before, looking to seek safety in numbers at this point now. Dragon, of course, not spawned just yet. I think these fights are mainly just to get that vision line a little higher up. Elk is trying to walk forward, use his shield bow completion to just harass RNG, see what he can get out there. But RNG, they've kind of failed at their own vision foray. Man. They have no vision in this side of the map. Angel, he's in a lot of danger. Like, if you ever get caught near a cage now, you're in so much trouble.
Oh no, he doesn't have flash, he has Tibbers. Maybe it dissuades the follow-up. Here comes the Gravitum though, as Ming trying to lock him down, gets the flash, doesn't hit that play though. That was really quick maneuvering from Elk to get out of that engage. RNG tried to pull the trigger on bot side. Was On in a little bit of trouble. As the rest of BLG coming down here though.
Yeah, that was the attempted cross map from RNG. You have the Gravitum. Of course, one of the strongest things about Aphelios Thresh is that when you get that Binding Eclipse, the active of the Gravitum, it's a root. It means that the hook from Thresh is basically point and click. We have got a big fight brewing towards bot side.
Oh, it's just constant,
BLG,
man.
No way is here. Wei could kick someone back into the waiting arms of his bot lane.
This has literally just been constant. It has been Shun and Wei looking for little ins with help from Ming and On and find a little bit of vision to play around. I love it. Even though we don't have this explosive game so far, it still has been both junglers trying to mind game each other.
Yeah, we're specializing in a bit of espionage here, trying to get past the information lines of both teams, get past those wards, get into somewhere a
He
little more
waited
dangerous.
so long.
Has been behind
Oh my
enemy
God.
lines for a full minute. He's got the kick. Elk has no flash.
Here comes, it's a 3v3 though. Shun is right here. You have Roams coming from mid lane. He has been here for so long, and BLG have no idea. They have no idea. They're going to collapse onto Ming. Ming's getting low. That kick comes through on a 2. Shun finds one reset, though. And the Moonlight Vigil comes across. That's a big Infernum onto the AoE, but Shun has now gotten his resets. He connects onto his Gala. And here comes the slicing Maelstrom from BLG. As they take yet another fight. An Angel has sacrificed his life as he will just lead his way out, try to find the yellow brick road, but there won't be one. As actually by picking out BLG to leave him alone, but it is what BLG have taken from RNG, and it's almost everything.
Does look like Angel gets out, but Shun gets the Thresh, steals the death sentence, writes a letter with it, and returns it to sender. Gala has once again just been sat there, watching the first kill go down and going, what do I do after this point? He gets caught and has to flash out, has to cleanse. He at least gets himself an ability to kind of fire his ultimate across the play, across the.
I love that Shun waits. He waited to take the soul.
Yeah, he does, because he sat there saying, hey, let's just wait till he walks up again. When you are playing against Viego, you need to be aware that resets are often more valuable, particularly in the early game, based off of how strong your basic abilities are. Thresh has some of the strongest basic abilities in the game. And as we said, that sentence coming in clutch in a number of skirmishes when Ming has been the first to die so far.
And what a wake-up of a response from BLG. Again, we had kind of talked a little bit about it. There were two ways to respond to the way that Game 1 went. You can play more reserved. You can get a little bit of stability. You can try to find a way to stabilize things and get back into the series. Or you take the fisticuffs off and you just punch them bare knuckle boxing style. And I feel like that's what we're getting from BLG. And they're getting their composition coming together now 17 minutes in.
You know the meme of like, there are two wolves inside of you. Yeah, there are, and both of them are off of vision trying to do some crazy play behind enemy lines. Let's see what they can do this one. Wei, once again, in the enemy jungle. This time has been spotted. He's not up for any vision, so this is another one coming to join the wolf pack as he takes the Raptors. Herald goes down in the mid lane. Angel has flash and ult. Now, he is not on vision. We've not seen him really make the biggest impact so far. He's not able to get a play onto mid lane as BLG summoned the Herald in there. BLG, decent gold advantage. Good amount of power spikes being played around right now. There's no exhaust right now for Ming, in case Bin finds himself an ult angle. He doesn't have himself flash to get the best value out of that, though. BLG first into River. RNG needs to be careful of being split.
That will be a little bit of an engage whiff from BLG. Actually, they collapse on a breeze, goes over the wall. The event horizon is gone, but you still have so many ultis available. RNG start up the dragon here. They look to try to burn it. They have so many chakras. Flash comes in with the timbers, and they find the Moonlight Vigil. Yagao is down, and BLG should leave this one. On goes in. Here comes Bin with the slicing maelstrom, and that's a three-man stun, but he can't get the damage down just yet, and it's turning around for RNG. Here comes Shun with the Heartbreaker, but he ain't breaking anybody's hearts just yet. As Elk is trying to gun them down, but he gets stunned up. RNG realize they can't put up any more fights, but Wei wants to try to steal the dragon. Can they get back in? Braid goes for the flash play, can't hit it, but Wei is onto the dragon. Shun gets the reset of the dragon's aggro here. 3,500 health. And BLG don't want to give up the fight. They're coming on the backside here in Nightmare. They will take this dragon. This is third dragon of BLG, and they fight the good fight.
So, that fight is almost entirely determined by the exhaust coming off of cooldown by the time Bin looks for his engage. He gets onto the bot lane of Gala and Ming because On manages to find his engage onto them, but it just takes a little while too long. The first pick comes in.
Decisiveness from Angel.
Which he's kind of suffered from throughout the first game and a half so far. Big moment from him. But the decisiveness gets turned right back around onto them. And as we said, because the fight takes a little while to come out into fruition, Bin on the cannon. It's the scourge of cannons everywhere. Gets exhausted. Doesn't do nearly as much damage as he would have done. Could have been a fight-ending play at that point. But the exhaust is gone now. Flash is going to be potentially up by the next time. Actually, we'll see if there's an overlap there. There might be a window for a cannon ult with Flash against no exhaust on the other side. But now, soul point for BLG. RNG falling behind even further in gold.
Something that terrifies me, though, Elk went pretty much untouched in that entire fight. We saw what happens when Gala goes untouched on this area. What can Elk do with it? Now, Slicing Maelstrom has been back up. They got a little bit of CC on the Angel, but it's not going to be enough to take a kill down. And RNG pick off the side lane. BLG are taking the Baron.
Yeah, Angel has TP, so he can reach the top side of the map. You see that Breathe and Wei are heading up towards that. This is not the most damage
ever. There's a dark passage.
They're trying to get up with all of the mobility they've got. They will be able to contest this just about, even if it's on the retreat.
BLG trying to burn it down. Event Horizon, they go way over ham, but there goes the Baron. Here comes Gala as try to find the Moonlight Vigil. Can't do it. Heartbreaker over the wall from Shun. On finds his way out, just barely the Empowered Recall.
The Empowered Recall?
He wants to try to get out, but no. He goes back. Oh my God, what a menace! What a menace! Oh, what a sweet escape!
Every single one of his brain cells was needed for that. He completely breaks Wei's ankles in the Fog of War, gets out, and BLG, they lose Bin on the side lane, but he does enough damage to force 3 people to respond to him. BLG very quick on the other side, and RNG, for all that they could in game 1, put BLG into awkward positions around the mid-game fights, the late-game fights. They can't do nearly the same here. BLG looks so much more comfortable in game 2.
They really do, and it just feels like the composition has come alive for them. Started off with a first pick cannon. I was scratching my head a little bit on that one, but it is working out so far. Ben looking so darn good on the setup champion for the rest of the team, but it's about execution for the rest of it, and BLG need to always have their ears above them because, as we said, there are wolves on both sides of these teams, and RNG are looking hungry.
Way taking a decent chunk is going to get the Lantern out. Things to pay attention to the next time. Of course, BLG, they are very firmly across the river now. They're into the enemy side of the map, and RNG do not have vision across the other side from them. Maybe they can wait for Wei to get down some vision if he goes on one of his scouting missions.
It's
once
two
again.
towers for Yagao.
2 towers for Yagao, as you're rightly saying, who's hit 2 items, is going to get a lot more gold in pocket. But that's the fight, that's the kick.
That's a big engage from Wei, but it goes a little bit wide. That kick not going to be useful. Now BLG with the tools can look for a re-engage.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an overforce. I know you're trying to look for that play, but trying to kill this Zeri, who has so much kiting ability. Phantom Dancer is there to be able to get more move speed, to kite backwards, to get out of maybe some of these lower range carries. And now without that flash, without that kick, they just have to wait and watch their base start to crumble.
And they can use the spacing so well that Event Horizon from Yagao just separates them to be able to take down that tower. That's another tier 2 that falls in favor of BLG, and they find themselves at this 6,000 gold lead. With the soul coming up in a minute, with item completions coming up across the board, you've got 2 items pretty much for everyone now, and that's going to be a strong team fight potential for BLG as you see that kick.
Yeah, obviously kicks in the cannon. And the cannon, of course, did have that flash, would have been fighting into an exhaust at that point. You know, funnily enough, I saw that when you've got 2 kind of carries with the yellow bar underneath their name, and they're both electric-type champions, like, I kind of look at them and go, oh, Cannon and Zeri. I kind of thought they were the same thing in that brief replay, so it caught me a little bit off guard. But with that said, still no kick. Still no flash, rather, to combo up with that kick. Wei would have to get a little bit more creative with his pathing to get himself at that point. Maybe finds himself out bin, but does not spot him on that ward. Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. Soul for BLG. RNG, they're first into River, and they have themselves some vision right now. But as Veigar comes in, these picks are going to become much, much more deadly from BLG. They have such a gold advantage.
5-man represent from Billy Gaming on this Soul fight. You're looking for a flank for Ben. You're looking for man marking for RNG. You're trying to find this red-white glorious fight for Gala. He can get something going. They do see Ben on the side, but they have started up the Dragon here on looking for a help with the flank for Ben. Event Horizon has gone down. 6,000 health onto the Dragon. It does reset for that aggro, and Gala just has that Caliber, as now on is coming in. The Moonlight Vigil goes through. The Dragon secured by Angel, but they've got to get out of this fight as Shook finds a reset. Ben gets the slicing maelstrom, and now goes over the wall. Gala is no more, and BLG, they might have lost the Dragon, but they took everything else from RNG. That should be another chase down, but that's at least 3 members of RNG gunned down.
The Dragon went down to 1 HP, but that's more to be said than for the 4 members of RNG that hit 0, go to the gray screen, and potentially pushes through to a first BLG win of this series and, of course, of their playoffs run, however long that might be. Game 2 has looked so much more clean and comfortable from BLG. It's not been about Elk being shut down. He is sat at 5-1 and 5, chasing down the fight. This is the Elk we were prepared to see, and the one that RNG tried so desperately to shut down in that first game, and successfully did so.
Yeah.
But RNG now looking like they're very, very much going to be headed towards a loss in this one, especially after so many bad grouped up team fights back to back.
Again, the brightest point of Ultra Prime all last year. It felt like Elk has come into his own on this BLG would-be super team and has made himself such a pillar in these fights. And you see a lot of the in-game from RNG, a lot of the focus was in that Dragon Pit initially, but then it goes under shut. You still got a free-firing Elk this entire time.
You do, because there are way too many threats to take care of at this point. You can see that Breathe at the very start of that fight. He uses his body slam before On gets to use his combo, so On just kind of flashes beyond him, gets to the point where he can get onto those turrets. Breathe, speaking of him, he has to teleport out, gets himself an objective bounty, teleports right to the other side of the map and says, no, I'm going on holiday, going towards top lane, going to get myself another wave up there. because that's all you can do at this point. RNG, they're playing a bit of smoke and mirrors, trying to catch BLG off guard, but they've never really at this point, besides the one attempt onto Bin under bot lane tower, been able to catch BLG away from their 5-man formation, with the Veigar cages buying whole swathes of the map for them. RNG, a really difficult situation to try and pick off BLG before they get everyone in the right place.
I'm interested here as well, since we have our second items really being completed here, at least third item for Elk now as well, which is terrifying for the Zeri. But we have the full AP combo coming out from RNG's mid and top, and I can appreciate that, but it also comes with an extra little step up to the bar of execution, feels like. And I'm really looking forward to seeing RNG try to take apart these fights, because they do have a lot of spacing tools. They do have a lot of catch-out tools, right? And while we haven't seen it come to fruition just yet, and maybe we won't see it happen anymore, his way has found himself in a sticky situation, and there ain't getting out of that. He's walking around like molasses as Yagao picks up a second kill.
So who would win? A champion with like 3 dashes or a 1 cage and a blast code? Turns out it goes to the hands of Yagao. Absolutely mashes way into his own jungle. No smite this time, nothing from spellbooks, nothing at that point. RNG watching this go down, looking for a miracle
Breathe
steal
AP, Moonlight Vigil. Okay, goes wide. Oh, it's not going to go through. Smite secured from Chun, and Bin is foot on the flank. Oh no! As the beautiful TP flank from Bin sets up 2 more kills for BLG.
LPL cannon hits different. Bin teleports into the enemy jungle behind enemy lines, just like we've seen so many players try to in this game, but Bin makes one of the best attempts at that in this game. And now with Baron, with members dead from RNG, they should be heading towards their first Nexus destruction of the series.
Bin sitting there stinging, you're going to miss me when I'm gone, as he is set up so beautifully in the second game. Couldn't carry on the Gwen in game 1 after getting all those resources, but you give him the Kennen first pick, and he'll carry all day long. As BLG wipe the floor with RNG game number 2, we have a series on our hands, and we're going to game 3.
You just had to say it, but we do. It's competitive. We'll be at least having 4 games. Will not be a sweep, particularly in that game 2. You gotta feel like BLG showed a lot of stuff that RNG just did not look comfortable with. Shun gets himself onto a damaging champion, picks up that Viego. He looks a lot more part of that game. Bin picks up that cannon. Now that was banned on red side by BLG in that first game. I think you understand why at this point. When you have a cannon player in this region, champion is busted. You have to have these very niche counter picks into play to shut that champion down. Otherwise he does ungodly stuff in these team fights. BLG walk away with a confident game 2.
And this was the kind of composition, this was the kind of execution that we were kind of promised from BLG, right? That's what we were saying a lot of the time when we were looking at compositions for them, is you have a lot of strength from Shun a lot of times when you go for these aggressive junglers, but it comes down to getting Elk in a position to carry and having strength from the solo lanes, right? And while the Gwen in game number 1 looked mighty decent, when it came to a team fight comp like they drafted in game 2, that is where they're thriving. That is where Elk is set up for success, and the other pieces get to work around that.
Yeah, so now RNG. Well, they gave BLG a lot of questions in game 1 about, oh, you know, maybe you don't do anything. What are you going to do about this top lane counter pick? Turns out they didn't need that in this game because that power pick was let through. And that opens up so many other ways for them to draft around this game. Being able to, on blue side, ban away the Nautilus, which really stopped On from having a good game in game 1. And you can see that Rakan comboing up so well for those team fights, which BLG have made a name for themselves of across spring. These team fights, which they have made so explosive, having secondary engage of the cannon coming in on top of something like that Rakan. Having the flexibility to do that when certain picks are available mean that RNG now again need to start thinking about, okay, we need to start reevaluating what the blind picks from BLG are and what we should remove from them.
Yeah, because the AA AP composition from the solo lanes didn't really work out. Also, wasn't super impressed on the Breathe Gragas pick into the Kennen. Didn't really have a good job of man marking the Kennen as well, but not really finding a lot of just like Bin did in the game. So I'm really looking at maybe a little bit of aspiration from the top side of the map from Breathe himself, who had a pretty darn good game number 1. But you see, this was BLG all the way. There aren't no gold swings back and forth in this one.
Yeah, and I think when you look at actually how the game played out, it did feel like as soon as Gala and Ming fell behind in that bot side, even though Shen did die for that first blood and Wei got himself the first blood for himself on the other side, it did feel as though Breathe just had so many threats to mark that he didn't have enough casks. He needs to start brewing some more at that point on that Gragas. Couldn't punt away everyone from the fight that he would like to. And again, BLG, they just kind of overloaded on Gage at that point, overloaded on the amount of angles they could play through. And RNG, they could never let Garlet sit and fire, especially since he was behind. He could never control this game.
And I've been really appreciative of how influenced the skirmishing and how much skirmishing we got in this game too, besides what we got that slow and steady game number 1. But it is the willingness for On and Ming to get involved very early and have a lot of that cohesion with the team. But there is one thing I have to bring up, and it is the giant electrical elephant in the room. Do we get the Zeri ban at some point?
I thought you were talking about the cannon, but both happened.
No! The Zeri, man! Zeri's 2-0 in this series so far, man. Get her out of the game! We'll see what happens, though, as we're going to take a break for game number 3. We'll be right back.
Both electrical rat things.
It was an elephant. Come on.
It does not matter whether you clone or not. Chingtian looking for an all-in onto Cream at the top side. Spirit Rush is available. Can't dodge the ulti though, and he just autos him down.
Okay, both coming in.
EXPs from both solo laners as they know they need to be here. Wayward's mega no.
Oh!
The play. Rookie's on the backline. Hackadown, what? Instant triple for Rookie. The man of the century in this fight. To go huge, still surviving, has a shield over the wall looking for Jackalope. He gets one for himself. Wayward chasing down the Cassidin. They've done enough to get themselves the Drake.
And that's a lot of Magic Pen as well as you look at his angle. Level 18, they're hitting the Baron, but they're turning to fight the all-ins there. A good all-in stun, but now IG have to be wary of Yagao. They haven't killed anyone yet. IG, as you said, Lyric, got to be scared of the damage as Arn jumps forward, but he's chasing. The Event Horizon saves his life as on to Shun. Hang on, a Belios moment. No way, it's happening again. On, run for your life. Yagao there as well as Elk is the only hope of taking him down. Gravitum is there with Calibrum too, but Arn's going to heal this back up with the BT. On needs a beautiful hick onto Arn through the gap close. Hook. Event Horizon saves his day. Elk's going to be rooted up. There's a double with Renan. Arn's still alive as Blue Buff is saving his life. Arn's going to die onto Elk. The range is there. Oh, they kill each other. That's my LPL.
He is having a hell of a game for himself, and now Death Count in pocket. They've maybe fired a big Shallow, pulls Wayward back. The bubble lands though. It's Shallow who's gone too deep. LWX forced to flash out of the play. Jackalope retreated as well. Here goes Rookie onto the back line, into the Shroud. He's 1 HP, but he's looking for LWX before he goes down. The Shuriken, no! Cut down, gunned down! In midair, Care knocked up, and Wayward slows him. Care down! Jackalope onto LWX, but it's a Zeri in the late game. He's turning it around. LWX hammered into the floor by Wayward, who turns out to be the hero in the end. So crucial. Azaki, the target, knocked up, taken down. No smites when you've got no jungler. As Rookie. Oh,
Jackie's dead.
Shanji turns it around. Abel still alive as Rookie finishes him off, flashing forwards to make the hero play. Dodges the knockup, uses his clone, somehow dashes back out of the play, blocking, and Mark saves his mid laner. Absolute heroics from Rookie.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it, I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in between.
其实我们常规赛这个成绩是比预期还要就是好一点的吧，因为我们也是刚第一年组在一起的5个人嘛，然后我们就是也是慢慢在磨合，然后慢慢的进步嘛，所以说我觉得这个成绩让我们进季后赛，我觉得我们季后赛是可以去打得更好的。季后赛的话，我觉得我们队唯一的目标就是干掉所有队吧，没有什么其他的目标。
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Playoffs here. We're in round number 2. We've got RNG versus BLG going 1-1 so far at our best of 5. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and we got to hear some wise words over there from Bin. While we had a very strong game from BLG in game number 2, bouncing back from that devastating game number 1, and it is On who gets the MVP this time around.
And if you watched game 1 and thought, oh, he's going to lock into Rakan games back to back, You might think game 2 would go pretty poorly based off of what happened in game 1, but he doesn't die, has an incredible kill participation, and is always in the big fights in this game, getting onto Gala and making sure that Aphelios cannot do anything in the big confrontations of this game. So yeah, this Rakan priority, it started off in the back end of the regular season from LPL, even prioritizing it over better lane pairings for champions, which they were picking in their AD carry role, but it just keeps working for On.
Yeah. And you pointed it out a little bit as we were closing out from game number 2, but it just felt like a draft that RNG weren't ready for, right? Like, this is a mismatching, it feels like, of a lot of different pieces that BLG brought to the table that made it into a formidable weapon, and it looked real damn good. And I think that when you look at the things that now RNG have to focus on in their bans and looking at what they want to try to change up in those bans, because they have stuck with what they were going with in game number 1, it's a little bit of that question of how do RNG bounce back themselves now when we were asking that of BLG last game.
Yeah, absolutely, because, this is by no means a strange draft from BLG. It's just different from what they played in game 1. And the fact that they keep hammering back on this Rakan pick, and then it allows them to actually play some engage from different roles than the jungle. It allows Shun to play a bit more carry, which is something which BLG love to do anyway. Shun has been a big carry jungler in the past, allowing him to play that Viego, get that reset threat. Was a big threat in the early game. It allowed them to do so many different things in the team fight compared to game 1. And as you said, RNG, they didn't have the awareness or tools to deal with it in game 2.
And that's the thing, though. They tried to choose a tool. They gave away the Lee Sin, which in itself is a very strong pick in its own right. And they went to fisticuffs, right? They were constantly trying to find these 3v3s towards bottom side, or even that 1v1 we saw between them, and trying to get those skirmishes going. And I think, obviously, Shun came out on top this time. I wonder if RNG opt into that some more, or if they try to go with something more akin to game number 1, where you're setting up more so for the team fight and facilitating.
Well, I wonder whether we're going to see an interesting kind of interplay between Nautilus and Rakan in the draft now, because we saw in game 1, Ming was very happy to play against On's Rakan. And as we said, like, the last few, they could very much be in there, but looking at the last few series which BLG played, particularly on the win streak as well, a lot of it has been very high prioritization on stuff like the Rakan. As we said, even when it's like a Aphelios Rakan as a lane, which is not the best thing ever, On has been going towards it because he knows the impact he can have in team fights. Now, if they are banning away the Nautilus and saying that's all you've got to deal with it, maybe RNG, when they see the Nautilus ban, will then actually have to fire back with the Rakan banner themselves. This is going to be a bit of a fencing match now between the coaching staff and the players in terms of what they really see being the break points in the draft.
And that brings us back to the conversation of so many interweaving storylines between these two teams. And obviously, we had talked about the swap of Breathe and Ben almost a year from now, just a little bit longer after this split. But it is also about On and Ben being reunited, going up against Angel, their former Suning teammate. But most importantly, Tabe has been brought into BLG to be a late season ringer for them, to strategically approach how they can try to contest for the championship here in the LPL. And I'm wondering how much that's affecting in the background. Obviously, in a really nice comeback here, but trying to use some of the history that he has with this RNG organization and this RNG roster.
Okay, now we've done our little quota of like all of the narrative stuff we've got out there, all these kind of crossing storylines we have between these two teams, because again, it just has that extra bit of spice to it. These players have wove around each other for a long time. They've interacted with each other. They've played against each other. They've seen each other have success and failures. And now, this is only round 2 of the playoffs as well. You know, the winner of this, of course, goes on to face Weibo Gaming in the 3rd. That would mean an awful lot to RNG if it were to happen. They're very much going to have to fight for that now, because I think for RNG, again, particularly RNG, they're a team which we were, viewing as a team which, on paper, a roster on paper, that should be towards the upper echelons of the LPL. But now they've had to fight through the first round of playoffs. They've had to scrape into that. At points we were wondering whether they'd even get it together at the back end of the split. And against BLG now, they're having to kind of grind out these games 1-1, have to find themselves with a second wind.
And again, particularly looking at what those bans look like in adaptation for RNG, but what kind of style of composition they want to go for. Obviously, we've seen Bin kind of get the better hand of top lane so far twice in a row, even if they lost that first game. And I'm wondering when we see RNG try to get Breathe some more breathing room, if you will, against Bin, because that matchup can get oppressive, and it also kind of pigeonholes you a little bit more when you're going into drafts, things like that. Because last, I might be crazy, but, first picking a Kennen just bold, man. And they did it and they executed on it, right? And I'm really interested what that'll be.
Really strong, and that's why it's getting banned by BLG on red side. Because if you are allowed to blind pick a Kennen, unless you have one of these niche ranged top lane counter picks, it does just rule a lot of individual matchups, and then still has team fighting power. Unless you're going to lock in something like a Scion as well, to kind of like neutralize it. That was what Nani on IG did to nullify the pick in one of their games in regular season.
Look at that sad lip, Nightmare, because they banned away his Kindred. Look at the sad lip. That's all I'm
the
saying.
thing is, that's going to be there for most of the games that Shun is ever going to play Mazel, because he's very good at it, and no one wants to play against Kindred when it's a one-trick on the other team. They're very good at these things. Lissandra being banned up by Yagao makes me think that maybe RNG first picked the Vi. I think that now has to be a last ban from BLG. I mean, Vi would have been a valuable last ban anyway, but Lissandra deals with stuff like Ari or something like that, which can get comboed up with a Vi, which is now why that has been removed. Now, with this all said and done, we're now getting to the point where we're probably looking at a top lane counter pick coming in from Bin later into the draft again, unless he thinks there's a particular power pick he wants to lock into top early. With Gala getting the Zeri, though, this is something that you were asking to get banned. The other of the electric duo, which we've seen in the draft so far. Zeri present in 3, Kennen banned in 2, played in the other one. And of course, won that one last game from Bin. And now it's actually going to be BLG locking up the Annie. Of course, RNG played this a number of times in the first 2 games. They've been playing that. This now gives BLG the flexibility between mid lane and support for that pick.
Let's go. So they lock in the Annie Lee Sin combo here for BLG. Very powerful duo for Shun and Yagao. But the question is what they want to kind of pair up with that, because that duo will be very strong. The execution on one champion, very, very good. And the gauntlet's been dropped. The smile keys it all off. And they are opting into the way matchup here. Viego there, as well as the Galio finally let through for Angel.
But this is like really similar to the previous draft. Of course, we've got a different mid laner locked in for Angel, but we've got the Zeri and the Viego side of things in terms of kind of peeling back, trying to get that first kill and then run through the back end of the fight. And now BLG are picking up the other side of the coin, which Orange drafted in game 2, which is the Lee Sin Annie power mid jungle combo in the very first few levels of the game. And they, of course, lock in the Aphelios as well. It's very interesting to me now, going on to this second red side game from BLG, seeing RNG lose on red side in the last game, that even though RNG lost with their draft on the red side in game 2, BLG are finding a similar draft to themselves in this third game.
They're literally just picking the draft that RNG had. Tama's just like, guys, we can just do it better than them. Let's see what happens here. I do expect a lot of the mobile mid laners to be the priority bans for RNG in the second phase. We do see the Nautilus actually banned by BLG, though. So focusing up that combo with Zeri. I think there's still a lot of tools on the table, though, for that duo. So we'll see what they want to go with for RNG. But there's still the counter pick to think of for BLG in the second phase as well.
Well, I mean, now the Nautilus is banned, now RNG might have to pay attention to maybe banning out the Rakan as well, because the anti-flex pick is great with the Lee Sin in mid-jungle and also very good in the bot lane with Aphelios. RNG can't really assume that it's going to go in either of these lanes at that point. Maybe you have to ban out the Rakan just because the 2 hook champions on the other side have been banned away from BLG, potentially allowing them to lock that. And of course that works for Annie as well, but RNG, I don't think they can be solid in what the second ban is. They're taking their sweet time over it. Wondering if they have to go towards another mid, another support, and they do go toward the last support ban instead of double banning with Yagao.
I can appreciate that as well, though, with a lot of that engage and a lot of that survivability that's present there, and just tying in the rest of your teammates. I think that's been a big theme so far for both teams, but specifically RNG. Ming is trying to get out of the lane as quickly as possible and connect with Wei, connect with Angel, and I think they're opting into that playstyle even more so with the comp they have so far. There's still a lot of very strong tools on the table, and there's one of them. It may not be a weapon, but it'll sure hurt good as Bin picks up that Jax.
Doesn't even need a real weapon. He's going to have a Galio, of course, against him to kind of counteract as well. This is the thing. Like, this is really bold, because he sat there going like, okay, I'm going to pick this 1v1 blind pick Jax top lane, and then you're going to have the Galio flying at you as well, regardless of the pick coming through. It's the Malphite coming through, so good luck. Try to play anything in those side lanes, particularly with the global of Angel coming out. This is a little bit different from what we see typically, because we normally see a carry topside coming out with the Galio to kind of be able to really just double down on what can happen at that point. Last pick for BLG is going to be flex pick between mid and support. Sylas now with the Rakana ult, a Galio ult, a Malphite ult has incredibly large value if they were to lock that in. It is being hovered. I think it does have a large amount of value. particularly because you're not against a pick which is going to shove you in super heavily in that mid lane in the Galio. They lock it in. Yagao on the Sylas can very much pair up with Shun at this point, and this top side of the map has a lot of weapons to bring to bear.
There's just a plethora, a feast, if you will, of ultis to grab for Yagao here, and a lot of like team fight altering ones as well. I'm very interested in how these kind of skirmishes lead out, because something we saw very much uptick of in game number 2 was the actual lethal skirmishes, right? That we didn't necessarily get in game number 1.
Much
and
less
I'm seeing a
standoffish.
kind of continuation of some of the pro focus after level 6 here, and seeing how quickly, you know, RNG is able to adapt that style into Waze Viego and get some resources going there, and how they approach this early game.
Yeah, because that early game, particularly when you have RNG with such a big kind of forward foot combo where they can force fights very easily with someone kind of jumping in on the Malphite and then the Galio coming in towards it. They get ahead, they force fights with their gold advantage. On the other side, because of the individual power of the champions on the side of BLG, if they get ahead, while it might not be as explosive in 5v5s, they can start controlling side waves, they can start pushing into the enemy team, and that can be really, really difficult, particularly if it's someone like Yagao who can control side lanes, pick up all the ults he wants, or someone like Elk who then becomes like very hard to dive onto from the other side. Leads will become very important from the early game. The early games have already been a bit of a fencing match between the two teams. Game 3 looking like it's no different.
The fencing match continues here between RNG and BLG as we hit our rift for the 3rd time. Loser of this best of 5 is gone home crying. They are done. And it is important to take that leg up here in our 3rd game. Somebody is going to go up 2-1. Can BLG thrive off the momentum from game 2? We'll find out soon.
Onto the rift, waiting for those gyos once more. See if they're coming through at this point. Looks like the calls are not put to battle this time in game 3.
Chaos,
Yeah,
the chaos made them not want to do it. They were like, oh, it's not in sync.
Well, they carried on for the first 2 games.
Chaos.
I wonder if they do it beyond that point. Maybe they're saving it for the game-ending match at that point. Wait until save their energy for when their team needs it the most.
I think that's a good
Both
idea.
these teams, yeah, maybe. We'll see. I mean, it's
and
very
you
cool
get
to
the
kind of
really
see.
Passionate fan screams coming through in the last.
But when you have such historic orgs like RNG or many of our other kind of top branded teams, I suppose, in the LPL, they often come with very vocally loud fan bases as well. So we are very blessed to have the LPL fans out in force in all of these playoff matches. Now going to see Bin walking towards that top side, going to not put a ward down, but literally just sit there and go, hey, I can spot out what you're doing here. He's trying to walk up, use his Counter-Strike.
He's like, hey guys, you remember me? Hey, I used to be your teammate. Breathe used to be on this team, but hey, I just want to say hi. And as this Jax, he could just present so much pressure. It's insane. And we actually haven't seen this pick really used recently. It was actually banned away so heavily when he first got reworked and introduced into the patch. And Bin has the gall to take this as a very strong string.
So, big thing which happened just there at level 1. Pretty sure Breathe missed all of the melee creeps worth of XP. This is the thing which Bwipo used to do. It's the thing which Ebby used to do back in the LGL and internationally as well. If you have a winning level 1 matchup in top lane and you can zone out your enemy lane before that first wave hits, you can make sure you can keep them away from level 2 very, very early by kind of denying them 3 minions worth of XP. Even if you don't get to farm the first minions, you get XP they don't. That's a big advantage to take. See if that will lead to anything beyond this point.
I'll see if he's able to use some of that strength that you're talking about. And now checking in where this early, at least focus, the spot glass is going to be for both junglers. It is opposite side clears now, but a lot of focus from Shun to wrap down to this mid lane that is spotted out, though, by an early ward from RNG.
It is. Level 3s, though, very dangerous from Sylas Lee Sin, particularly in something like that Galio, who... The thing with Galio is that even when he tries just to auto-attack things, he has an AoE auto-attack, which kind of kills the minions. It's really annoying. You don't really get to freeze the wave at that point. It means that you often end up pushing beyond what you would really like to at that point. So, lucky for him that he manages to get out from what could have been a difficult level 3 gank scenario. Sylas, not always the strongest laning champion right now, but Galio gives a bit more of a free laning phase than some. Now it's Wei who's heading back in. Of course, Galio still has CC.
There's so much focus mid lane now as well. They just know that getting unlocked in mid lane pays dividends for the rest of the map. That will be a flash that's revisited by RNG.
Now, I have to, I'm obligated to say this. Of course, starting off, actually, see what's happening.
Better go quick.
Bot lane jungle. Go quick. See what happens in these early skirmishes. Level 4 to level 3. Lee Sin with doubles.
Oh, that's looking a little bit worse for wear for Shun. He at least has Elk moving up. When getting that early trade, that red buff helping him out. But now we got the re-engage here, and these teams are bloodthirsty early on. Looks like we got 10 wolves on the rift, and 1 kill goes to Elk. He got first blood for BLG, and they're cleaning up a little bit. Gala gets 2 back for his own right, and we've seen Zeri when she gets cold, what she can do to a game. As maybe another one following down. This early kills helping out RNG, who now have a double buff for Gala. It's 2 for 2, and we got blood everywhere.
Yeah, both of these teams signaled very early on, hey, we're fighting around mid-jungle 2v2, blowing these summoners from both sides at that point. It comes down to that fight. And even with the power of Lee Sin, of Silas very early into the game, Way on the Viego manages to burst out Shun a little earlier into it. And Gala
Breathe
comes
is
to play
playing
as
so
well.
aggressive
We're not
to
stopping.
lure
We're
him
not
in.
stopping. Way also
He's
really
luring
trying
him.
to keep himself
Oh,
on the map.
Ben, don't get baited. Oh, he gets stunned up. CC, the counter-strike, though, is available. Double counter-strike has the leap strike available as well. Shun was coming up here, and nice evade from Ben.
Doesn't have to blow that flash, very importantly so. Well called out with that discipline on that one.
Oh, we got to
go into a pause.
Somebody's
We'll try and get you as much
didn't work.
information on that first. I mean, I think, you know, compared to game 1, we go into this game 3 now, the action could not be more different from what was a very tense standoff at that point. We have so many more tools to fight at this point, and both teams very ready and willing to bring that to bear. We can see that actually before that bot lane river fight was going to start, to say that actually Yagao had started off with a Dark Seal on that Silas. Now what that means is that if you win an early fight, you get yourself a load of stacks. Each stack on a Dark Seal, for those of you that don't know, is 4 AP, and then suddenly you get 2 kills, or a kill and an assist, and then you're getting up to, you know, plus 20 AP from what is a 350 gold item, which already gives you 15 AP from just buying it. So if they had walked away with that early fight, if Gala and Ming had not been there, we already talked about how many good ultimates there were for Yagao to steal at that point, and how he's looking to snowball this game. It could have really got out of hand very early. Very important that they bring that skirmish back to even.
And it's also just so important that Zeri, let alone Gala, gets the 2 kills, right? And looked at almost a third and a fourth. But we saw what he did in game number 1 when he got a little lead, right? They visited bot lane, they got him 1 kill in game number 1. Oh, and then all of a sudden he's carrying team fights. But he has a lot of that lead now. There was a little bit of gold given back to BLG, but I'm looking at RNG to keep flexing these muscles now that they have this lead through bot lane.
Of course, has felt like AD carries are a good litmus test for these teams in terms of who is going to be winning them. In game 1, despite the fact that Ben had a big lead, Elk was not a factor. Flip that around for game 2, Elk was so far ahead of Gala, and Gala couldn't play the game now. What we need to see is whether this lead onto Zeri then also, that is a blindingly white set of outfits right there. I was just like, wow, let's talk about more like a flashbang by BLG's very bright apparel, which I do like actually. It's got a nice color scheme. I'm a big fan of it. But yeah, if this now transfers into Gala having a huge lead, and then being able to just crowd out Elk in the game, we've seen how that works earlier in the series. Rather.
We have. Yeah, absolutely. We did get an update of what's going on. We are in the pause on for BLG, did report a device issue. So we'll be investigating soon. We'll have an issue resolve hopefully coming very shortly as well. I promise I'm hitting the game button.
I don't like to assume what chat is spamming at this point, but if it's a problem with on, I'd like to assume that they just start the game. I'd like to see the off whenever it's a problem with on. He's the one that's ended up reporting this issue.
Wow.
I
didn't know I was with Dad Mara.
God, that's a scary thought. Yeah, maybe. I'm not ready for that level of responsibility.
Some existential conversations here.
Like, wow, I didn't think I had to be thinking about my, you know, I didn't think I'd be thinking about life and the universe and stuff like that. There's quite.
Well, sometimes the LPL playoffs does that. All right, we're in a chaotic time here.
So many games back to back. Is that thinking, huh?
A mid-series crisis right now.
Should really think about what I want from family and life and my career.
Nice little sports car. Do you wonders?
Yeah. I mean, but, you know, I haven't owned a car. I haven't owned a car in years. I've lived in cities for so long now. I've just used public transport. I know how to drive.
I live in a city and I have a car.
Well, I have public transport for all of my needs currently.
I see. I see.
It's like having a thrash lightning just everywhere. I'm just like, okay, cool, take that. It's fine. I don't need to do my own mobility. I could actually just functionally not move. Use someone else for that. It's great. You should try it sometime.
Try it sometime. All right, we'll see how that happens. Oh, look at that! The button finally worked. We come in with a very low health bin, but we are back
Doors
on the Rift.
closing.
RNG
Next stop,
BLG.
Summoner's Rift.
Did you buy your
see?
ticket?
Okay, we're going to replay Watcher 7. Okay, so we finally do get to recap what happened down here. And we're talking about the early power of these mid-jungles. But it's more than that. It's these 80 carries as well. Gala was behind the play, but he's on Zeri. Gets to hop over the wall. We almost saw that become a factor in Game 2 when Elk was flying over waterfalls. Very quick replay of that one, though, to show that Gala is now ahead. He entered the play with that Spark Surge over the wall, gets himself 2 kills, gets himself back out onto the map, and it now is around this first dragon timing yet again, which of course has been a point of concern for both these teams. You don't really want to let that go for free.
Yeah, and you got to see what that kind of pressure does bring through that bottom lane. As I don't want to see them continue flexing through Gala for RNG. They were trying to hover that 4-way, maybe look at that early stacking. I like that revisit to the bot lane here from Shun. Try to get some stabilization down here while Elk has picked up that first kill as well.
Yeah. So both these 80 carries having resources as opposed to just the one of them that we've seen.
3v3.
But these are both these teams know how important it is to have the 80 carries in a strong point of power. Aphelios can kind of struggle into Malphite as the game goes on, especially Malphite with Rakan and Galio flying over the top. He needs to be absurdly far ahead to survive a lot of these fights.
That was very, very close to going very awry. Yagao did not move from mid lane, so it was an unmanned fight from BLG. Luckily, nothing goes any more awry than it already did. Should be a dragon startup from RNG.
Yagao is coming through, though. He can steal... Well, you can use the stolen Galio's ult. The villain's entrance, call it in that one. Shuntra looking to maybe fly in. Yagao on the flank is really dangerous for RNG. They really don't want to get caught in this fight when they don't have that many flashes to use against the Galio.
Trying to look where Angel can use that heroic entrance as well. There's Elk stacking up some shots. He goes red-white, and they've got a good fight. As here comes Yagao with that engage, but it means Angel uses the taunt to get out of there. They're stacking up now, though, and Shun gets a kick, and On gets a kill. One goes to Yagao as well, and there's that villain's entrance, and they're looking real evil right now. BLG, they find 2 more kills, and they're looking for more. They're praying for more. They've got the evil genius plan here, and not the NA org. It's BLG that are taking out maybe Gallo. Steps up, actually. Thought the push from Elk would be a little quicker. It looks like BLG have stalled in their master plan while Breathe has hatched one of his own.
At least at the very end of the play, Gala has nothing to fear. Angel is there, bails him out with a teleport under turret. But the big thing about that play, Aphelios, one of the most powerful things you can do before you hit that level 6 mark is do a 3-weapon switch. When you switch to a new weapon, you get the cooldown of that ability coming through as well. You sit on the last amount of your cooldowns for ammo, rather, for your utility. It's a 4-weapon switch. Dustquake into that blinding eclipse, gets the AoE, gets the root, gives the damage for the chase down after that point. Elk sits in a perfect point in his ammunition, and that buys BLG the fight.
RNG are right back to it, though. We heard Wei talk about it in one of the intros to one of the games, that it was really just about finding these objective focuses, finding a team composition that is sturdy and stable, that helps combat Shun, the very aggressive jungler for BLG. And while we'll get another trade here, RNG stacking up dragons, the Rift Herald #1 will go over to BLG.
So, Bin, left alone in this top side, has been just wailing away on Breathe, and you will get to the point where this... Oh, actually, hold up from that. Got a flash
Lightning
Elk.
crash,
Disengage.
bot lane, engage, nice dodge from Elk. Look at that sidestep, my man! And he's pulling back that Moonlight Vigil, but the Heartbreaker comes through from Wei. Look how much damage, he hit that Calibrum. That was Wei's life right before his eyes. Shun goes in, he hits Angel. Angel gets back, though. That kick coming through. BLG are striking back.
Jumping into Sentinel turrets with that Calibrum on them is absolutely a one-way trip in a lot of these fights. Even in the 2v3, Elk spots Wei coming down and says, okay, fine, I don't have to flash early. You stood on top of the Sentinel turrets. I get my auto-attack resets. The Calibrum marks being applied. RNG very lucky to actually walk away without getting killed beyond that point. Imagine if On was 1 level higher, if he had his Ignite off cooldown, it could have gone disastrously after that point. So what we do have now is a significant gold lead being built up for BLG, both in, I guess in top lane as Ben is running over the solo lane matchup, but also amongst other parts of the map as well. First Dragon did go to RNG though. For one of the first times in the series, we have kind of a trade between gold lead and objectives. If RNG can pick up the second Dragon of the game, Chemtech Soul will not be on the Rift, as that is that second Dragon spawning. that will be something that they want to play towards. Force BLG into them, and maybe into the open arms of Malphite Galio combos, and that is going to be very difficult for Elk to survive no matter what weapons he has.
Something important to follow here is Yagao has completed the Everfrost, first mythic item on the board, and they've used it to CC down Ming. He gets out that heroic entrance, saves the day from Angel. Flash comes out from Shun, backing up here. Now they try to re-engage. Flash returned from Angel.
How different does this team of BLG look when they have a proactive mid-jungle that can help their hyper carries in Elk and Bin in top and bot lane get to the points they need to be? On doesn't have Flash, needs to be a little bit afraid.
Yagao's here as well. That might dissuade RNG a little bit, but Yagao gets a huge Everfrost there. I know you don't like that item, Nivera, but at least it saved his life right there.
Now, the thing is, in this game, for this Sylas, I think it is incredibly valuable, because what it does is it gives you an early spike of power, and as Sylas is always dashing into the enemy team, gets a lot of value from it. Once that early CC in a lot of these games. If he was sat on a Rod of Ages, he could not be making these plays right now. Very valuable for BLG, and they're sitting around this box.
Elk steps up way too far. He goes down easy as now the resets come through for Wei. He has the Gravitum, might be able to get a little bit of something here, but can't get the chase down. 2 quick kills. It's returned by Ming going down, but that's RNG striking back themselves.
Hugely so. Big overstay from BLG. They didn't have their big disengage ultimates. They didn't have something like Tibbers. Again, they still didn't have level 6 on this AD carry. On the Annie rather, and then the AD carry, the other thing which we're going to talk about, didn't have Flash, didn't have Gale Force at that point, and got caught out way too far from his teammates, maybe greeting for a plate or two, and because of that lapse in judgment, you're going to get some plates in this mid lane. Galio passive and Demolish fired onto that one. BLG, for all their hard-earned efforts in these skirmishes, falling behind a little bit from where they were in the game previously. Yagao doesn't have a big ultimate to steal at that point, can't really change the outcome. Elk goes down, fight goes with it.
The thing that's terrifying me right now, even though BLG have a lot of something to write home about, I guess, early on of this game, it is very difficult to see something coming up against Gala here, because 3-0 on the Zeri, we saw what he did with advantage in game number 1, and I'm expecting much of the same here if you start hitting those item spikes. Elk himself has this Gale Force spike now, but we're getting that spike now coming through, at least first item for Gala, and we're looking to RNG continue to utilize this, while Yagao and BLG, they're trying to pick him out.
Yeah, and I think actually right now is where BLG would really like to be winning their fights, because you've suddenly got the Frozen Heart on Malphite. He's going to be very hard as the game goes on to kill for Elk or Bin, actually. That can be a very difficult champion to take down, and there's so many things to combo up in front of him. Yagao is now the one in that sideline matchup, I think importantly so, because of course he's itemized towards armor. Yagao's doing that magic damage towards him. BLG, they do not want to be falling behind, particularly on Elk. He needs all the stats and items he can get to be relevant in this game and survive the engage.
Speaking of engage, though, as well, Yagao with the unstoppable force is a bit terrifying. The AP ratios there as well, so we'll see a lot of engage in the back line.
I too have played against Malphite on ARAM, who's gone full AP.
Yeah,
fun times.
You know, I'm an ADC main, and it feels bad. He doesn't do a lot to breathe.
Oh
my God! Oh, that's terrifying! As Yagao takes a solo bolo.
Change his name to Paper. He absolutely demolishes the Rock in the matchup. He's built towards side laning against Bin, not against the Sylas. Huge play from Yagao, using the last amount of that cooldown on that stolen Malphite ultimate to blow open a side lane.
My goodness. That Frozen Heart did nothing for you, my friend. As that's a really big pickoff, and now a 4-1 Yagao here. BLG representing as that pick from the Sylas, so huge, and also picking up a side lane turret here.
And you know what? I'm going to start calling that one the immovable object, because that's apparently what happens when it meets the unstoppable force. Breed not nearly able to hold that lane. Teleports back into this mid lane to hold that one. Again, this is a great pick to engage on top of the AD carry, engage onto someone like Bin as well, and have the follow-up CC coming in from the rest of his team. But Yagao, reminder that despite this guy, coming in from JDG and being a current reigning champion of the LPL, sometimes people forget what this player can do, because he's not necessarily Q2, passives, W, absolutely everything, Gazelle. Sylas just throws his arms around, whips the chains around, and does a lot of damage.
Moonlight Vigil comes out from Elk, trying to take down Gala with that Caliburn. Can't get the turret there, but BLG backing away from a Rift Herald contest here from RNG. That side lane turret, though, going to bin. Running away with the side lane. There's got to be an answer. Maybe it comes sometime later for RNG.
Gal steals the quickness. Has that for the engage as well. First couple of ults of the game, the Galio. The Malphite had large value for him, and now he's sat there with 4 kills. Gone for an earlier spiking build, going towards a Zhonya second as well. He wants to be first into the play. Very importantly so that he gets good value out of these plays. If BLG don't play around the spike again, they'll have problems later. It does feel like they have to worry about a large amount of engage following on top of them. But as it stands, they are starting now to crack through these turrets. They're starting to open up the map, getting vision into the enemy jungle. BLG, I think they can still be happy with where they're sat currently.
Yeah, I was gonna fight Freezer Kid. Oh no. Okay, he doesn't have the Unstoppable Force this time. He's got.
He's probably gonna blow the Malphite ult though, if he wants to. I think he can really threaten him if he wants. Doesn't choose to stay there. Maybe just understands that the rest of his team is on the other side of the map. Doesn't want to potentially get shut down by someone like Wei, flashing over a wall, joining the play. Instead, just chooses to hold on to the ult, force breathe away from the side lane, pick up the wave himself.
We'll see a little bit of focus from BLG down towards Bin here with hovering over from Shun, but it is this side lane pressure that Bin has been really using to his strength here. And again, not really a response from RNG. They've been looking to focus outside of that side lane and find responses elsewhere. We also see that in this picture-in-picture that mid lane tower got taken by Elk. Some more
It
gold
means a lot to me that I can
ADC
see the
of
tower
BLG.
actually be destroyed. I just love seeing just the demolition. You know, it's important to me. Either way, tower goes down.
You had to
That
see
means that
who
BLG
got it, okay?
Yeah, wow. It's like watching like all those videos of like demolition of old buildings. There's just something so satisfying about them. BLG looking to demolish the next team fight though. This is where they really want to capitalize on their lead.
RNG are going straight into no vision here. A nice little combo to CC Ming down. That was the quickness used from RNG, but they still want to fight over this vision here. Still 2 minutes for a dragon, but RNG feel like they need to have control.
Because RNG just lost a whole swathe of vision. They wanted to take a kill so they could take over one side of the map again. Bin doesn't have teleport. They were at a numbers advantage, but they can't quite make the play hit. Ming misses on and then gets kicked away from that fight. Bin gets to control this top side of the map, gets to push in that. These Hextech gates actually could end up affecting how these teams play out this map. More quick to respond to pushing into inner turrets because you can skip over a lap on your way back to that lane. But BLG, as it stands, still have huge side lane pressure between Yagao and Bin. Mixed damage, huge amount of ability to kind of skirmish off of those pushing lanes too.
They're using the Hextech gates to get out and reset towards this dragon or RNG. Yagao's just trying to set this wave in as far as possible, but I'm wondering how much focus this third dragon gets for RNG.
I like how this is so, you know, like important that we have to like cancel like the HUD on the bot lane. Just look at Breathe. Pay no attention to items. Pay no attention to CS numbers.
Okay? Breathe's important.
Breathe on Malphite is the most important thing.
I'll just say, second item's completed here. Yagao has that Zhonya's. Elk has completed the IE, but also the AoE is there for RNG, the Runan. Regardless.
So Runan's very good if things go into low range, clustered fights. You see the Herald being used to kind of force a grouping from RNG on this mid lane. They can potentially threaten a dive with the heavy engage. They've not really managed to match that engage right now, but they'd love to find something because BLG, both their solo laners are away from the play currently.
Really don't want this second charge to go through. They actually deny it here. You've got Yagao pushing in the side lane. He has TP. Bin in the side lane. He has TP. BLG want to get as much gold out of the side lanes as possible and collapse on RNG starting up the dragon. You got 15 seconds for RNG to get some vision around this, and they're going to need to find a way to take this to continue to stack up in their favor.
So they've timed it fairly well. They've managed to call Angel away to a side lane now, so now Yagao can actually go back. He can then get it by his items that he wants to, gets back into the play. He buys himself some powerful components, even if they're not a third item. Alternator, good burst. Anti-heal, good burst. Goes on to him.
Oh my god, we've seen this movie before. The Unstoppable Force used defensively, and you always know that's the wrong way to go. Now that's Dragon to BLG.
And the thing is, when you're a Malphite, if you have your ult low, you just don't have the same value as someone like a Scion or an Ornn or something like that, who can maybe use their rounds of basic abilities to achieve something a little more than a Malphite. Of course, it matters all of those champions mentioned, but Malphite really is ultimate reliance. So BLG picking their target, going to Gala!
Force into it, hit that Everfrost, and Gala's deleted! Elk goes forward, that Moonlight Vigil point blank ends the life of Ming, and they find way on top of it all. It's 3 prize picks for BLG, and it's a big purple worm in their eyes.
And who does that victory come from? It is the champion LPL mid laner, Yagao. He finds the angle on the Silas. He built towards early power. He built towards early power spikes, and he's making it work. RNG, they haven't managed to find and engage, even when the team of BLG has been split across the map. BLG playing out the 1-3-1 incredibly effectively.
And we talked a little bit about momentum. Well, BLG have definitely thrived off this bit of momentum they're running on, and that will be another item completed for Yagao. We get the directed cam here as the end of Gala is nigh.
Gala, for all that we talk about this player being able to clean up any given team fight, if the team fight starts,
hype, baby.
Not for Gala, I don't think it is. I think his player cam was looking a little bit more morose than that. Because, yeah, if he's great if you can get him to a point where he can start cleaning up these fights, if you can start going into the fights and surviving the first part of them. Yagao does not allow that. Now Yagao sees that. Oh, he's going right in.
Oh my god, Yagao is just a menace. He takes down Wave. Another solo bolo for Yagao.
Absolutely insane stuff from the Silas. This guy, every so often, Yagao reminds you exactly what he is made of. Had a, not going to say quiet first 2 games, but he's not necessarily been the sole star. He is really taking things into his own hands in the 3rd game.
He really is, and it was off a solid performance in game number 2, but really given the reins on this Silas. Angel picked this Galio into it's one of Yagao's premier picks, right? You've seen him so strong at connecting with Shun, connecting with the rest of the team, and he takes the Silas, says, I'll take everything you wanted and I'll use it right back against you. And they're using it so beautifully as well as around this map here. They're taking down turrets, they're using a lot of the pressure that his Baron buff affords them. Gotta be a little bit careful though, as Yagao might use that heroic infant to get out of this one. They do have a lot of CC though. The Everfrost connects and he makes it out alive. The rest of BLG kind of around the corner here. Might not go through with this one, but it's about this push in the mid lane.
And again, Yagao really being playing around his early power spikes. If he had a Rod of Ages, maybe he wouldn't be able to make some of these plays which he used to snowball ahead of the game. Getting a lot of value out of his power spikes. Got himself powerful components before that last fight. Breathe now. Kind of sat, potentially getting stunned on the tower here.
Breathe in a bit of trouble. He's a lot tankier nowadays. He's grown a little bit as a mountain. Ming has made it. Those Hex cases getting some reinforcements here, but they've lost their inner. Did they just not see they were pushing? As now they don't have the power to sustain that fight. There is an open inhib in topside against RNG now.
Well, the problem with this is that we rarely see it now, but this is a 1-3-1. We see 1-4 a lot of the time. Gala trying to split something down, but BLG, they've made it so hard for them to be shut down on side lanes or in their main group. You can see that
my goodness.
Using his ultimate. Calibrum, when he kind of fires out his Q and his ult, basically gets a free auto attack after that point, and he has 2.5 items. He's in such a good space, and now Yagao, after all of his snowball plays, gets himself a Magi Soul Seal and making me a very happy person, and how well this guy has snowballed. He's bought into this champion and making sure that RNG, they are just so far behind the game that whenever they go to try and shut him down, he has so much power to turn it around back on them.
And again, I know you said it, but we have to remind everybody every time. This guy was literally the champion of summer 2022 in the LPL for JDG, right? He has separated himself from that title legacy and made a new home on BLG. And while I feel like there wasn't a lot of big strengths shown by Yagao early on in BLG season, he really came into his own and became a rock for them midway through into the late game push. And I really think he's really turning on for this one, specifically to make sure that RNG can't play around their mid lane.
With Duct almost landing onto Ming, and again with 4 very early items, he's 2.5 items ahead of Angel on the other side on this Galio. And as soon as we saw that hover of the Silas's last pick, we've kind of all internally cringed a little bit for RNG, going, that's a really good Silas angle. And I think the fact that we are talking so much about Yagao, and we're not talking about how Elk has been dying in team fights, or how Bin has had to face a Malphite in a side lane, is really problematic for RNG. If they had managed to make this game around just jumping onto Elk, just stopping Bin in a side lane. This would be a much more pleasant experience for them. As it stands, though, they just can't ever get to the point where they can now fight in grouped up fights. They've missed their chance at the grouped up fights when BLG fought to their strengths. And now you're getting to the point where it does feel like RNG, they're waiting on just one miracle misstep from BLG. Of course, 1-3-1 still very hard to play out, but they're waiting on mistakes rather than being able to have a lot of opportunities created by themselves.
And the thing is RNG were actually doing a pretty good job of playing around those factors early on in this game, right? They were trading objectives, they were looking cross out, they were trying to play away from Bin, who had so much strength in the side lane. But now, you know, taxes come to bear, right? You have to pay up at some point, and you've got to be able to get these fights. And now we've gotten 2 dragons in a row for BLG. 4 stacked Hex dragons is going to be terrifying in its own right. We do have this side lane tower falls for RNG, but it's about the question of how do they find a way back in to have some stability on the map.
It's great that you mentioned those Hex dragons, actually, because of course they give attack speed and they give some ability haste, which is reduces your ability cooldowns. Now, there are very few champions in the game which want that more than Jax, and you've also got even champions that auto-attack block like Sylas, and Aphelios also uses his attack speed a fair amount in between him, weaving out different things. BLG, very good comp for them to be stacking up just the base dragons, never mind the fact that they're also denying RNG the Hextech Soul, which is one of the very strongest in the game. Of course, again, we have talked about how BLG, they very much can mess up at any given point. This game's not over. They've done a great job of denying RNG opportunities so far. But they need to be able to break the base. They've taken one inhibitor turret on that top side. That's why they're hanging around this Baron. But they don't want to be sat on the Baron is the problem now because of, again, that ample engage from RNG.
I will just say Gala has completed the 3rd item, Navori Quick Blade there, so a little bit more damage to the tank for Gala. As we see a setup in this choke point, if Shun finds a big Dragon Rage kick, it could be huge, but it's all about this buying of time right now as the side lane definitely goes in favor of BLG.
Yeah, so Caliber and Crescendum, great damage onto the objective, stacking up chakrams while he's going at it. Again,
they find it! He tries to go in for the Dragon Rage, he can't get it. The quickness comes back through from Bing. Angel getting very low. Look at those chakrams coming out from Elk. Bin has found a flank here, but can't get the counter strike. Goes right back in, wombo combo! Big Baroque entrance though from Angel and RNG. Gala's fighting that Blink's breath, but it doesn't matter! BLG wiped the floor with RNG. That's an ace, a triple kill for Elk, and a monumental lead for BLG in Game 3.
In such a different fashion from their first victory, BLG will take a second Nexus in this round 2 playoffs match. They are versatile, they are strong, they are intelligent, and they're hella good playmakers. Yagao leading the charge in Game 3.
They have come alive in this series, bucking off the momentum here. 2 games in a row, and in the way they did it, it was strength through the jungle. It was carry from out, but Yagao, man, he said, I'm tired of nobody saying name. I'm stepping up, and he made this Sylas pick work out so beautifully. They saved the best for last in the draft, and it definitely worked out.
And when you are in a league like the LPL, when you are facing off against players like Rookie, Knight, Xiaohu, even players like have stepped up really heavily this split, like Fofo or something like that. Scout, who is the MVP. You sit there as someone like Yagao and you go, you know, when is my name considered? Games like that make him be considered for the skills which he has. He really ended up warping that game. This game could have very easily been about the Aphelios dying in team fights, or this Jax being shut down by a Malphite that was counterpicked to them. The fact that Yagao could kind of just take his own victories and turn the game into a story about him, very important for BLG. And it's such a different story now from either of our first 2 games. Each first game which we've had from these first 3 that have come through have had a completely different draft. They've had different ways that they've played out. Despite there being early game tools in each of the games available to them, the way it's evolved from that point has given the teams a lot of different ways to display their skill sets.
I will just say, though, a majority of BLG's side of the draft here in Game 3 was taking a lot of the major pieces that RNG was using in Game number 2. So I love the fact that, you know, we have all the drafts coming down to this way, but it was, you know, kind of BLG saying we can perform on this pick better. We can perform on this comp better. And it really worked out for them because from the get-go, we had these teams just punching each other upside the mouth, but it was, you know, a lead that was developed for RNG at the bot side that didn't really come to fruition in the end. Gala wasn't able to find those big moments on this area like he did in game number 1. And Elk on the other side showed that Aphelios is still something to be feared here in this series, even though we didn't see it in the previous games.
Yeah, for sure. I think in that game, the difference was that because BLG got ahead, they could stop RNG from positioning much more aggressively and then looking for the engage. Instead, actually, FLS gets to stand a little bit back and fire the ultimate over, particularly when he's got rifle turrets, particularly when he's got that Calibrum or something like that. Even just the ultimate from an Infernum is enough in this game. Elk does walk away with a huge amount of damage. The damage graph is going to be very skewed in this game, though, because most of the time, compared to other games in this current meta, this game was completely about side lanes. It was 1-3-1. There weren't that many huge fights. It was lots of singular pickoffs. It was one pickoff around an objective or Yagao doing something in a side lane. The only time we saw big damage was that very last team fight, which I'm going to imagine about 7,000 of Elk's damage came from. It was a huge amount of damage coming across there.
It was insane, but again, the presence on this graph doesn't show from Min, but man, winning that side lane so strongly, we've talked about it multiple times.
Very true.
Just gives so much pressure relief to the rest of the team. And I think being able to play around that was so big. Yagao even switching it up on Breathe and taking him out in the solo kill. I think we just had such a great holistic performance from BLG. And it's going to be difficult now for RNG to find a response. I feel like they need to find a little bit more strength through the holistic team fight again and go back to that game one style.
And I'm sure many people who've watched League of Legends for a number of years will remember the great 1-3-1 teams of the past. We haven't seen that for a while. Really want to stress, playing out a game as cleanly in a 1-3-1 as this from BLG is a very rare thing. That's an exciting game 3 for them.
It absolutely is. We'll see what happens in game number 4, though. Can RNG bounce back off the ropes? We'll find out soon. Don't go anywhere.
Yankees on the chase, heartbreak. Branches away from it, the charm just wide. But he is the only. And there go the entirety of Mad Lions. That's 2. He's looking for more. He's looking for 3. He chases Chasey underneath the tower. It's 3. Can he make it 4? Rock and stone. Broken blade.
Caught out as 100 Thieves don't get a chance to defend the tower from falling, but they got 1 kill while Licorice is making work in the base.
Yeah, he's already on the end here.
6A!
Oh my god!
On 6A turns 1, he flashes back, he's still alive! Closure tries to look for the punish, but Closures get taken out! Golden Guardian's now on the front, double lift is gone, Pearson is the only damage carry left alive! It's just an acid Bucio, no way, Golden Guardians! Have they done it? 6A has been taken out as well, but Licorice and Gory are still alive! This just might be it! Golden Guardians!
They've done it!
小老虎直接尝试去开团，自己看着时间鬼石板甲，但是可能要把自己给卖掉了。我的天呐，他在干什么？刘伟强也被打残。这一波方布拉斯可能要做撤退，大特林第一波先去打前排的 Rookie 第一时间可能要被融化了，猴子先倒 ，Rookie 残血拉开，再长期进去，要被泽利在空中击落 ，K 3个人在围他，没有被大叔给拍了下 ，K 想跑被拍回来，强行换，没能换掉后排的残血，林伟强一丝血往后拉扯，到底林伟强的天下，林伟强看起来残杀，他的拉扯被纳尔拍住，维沃尔这波野立功又到了残局，纳美精准的水炮将最后一个球就抛起，被纳尔。그리고 YG가 자 자연이죠. 자연이죠. 들어가요. 또 이건 갑니다. 이러면 게임팀 비상.
一个人吃了，确实应该要稍微拖一下时间就好了，把视野先巩固住，不要有机会给BLG开。
空月大绕背。扫野好像是没有被扫到了，这里很想开啊！空月出来开，4个全部人都开到了。第二段的无极风暴，现在搭配的是自己队友的一个进场1-6进去，不够吗？两边去打了一个互换，但是小炮不在啊！这里随着辛朵拉的倒地，自己的 AD 是还没有参战，BioPaper进到塔下带一个电磁炮的贴近，最后一下的普攻崛起的反击风暴想要运，但 BYG。
Herald will be starting soon. Younghoon's on the step forward. Death Sentence connects. Kobe cleanses away. Rocket grab into a fist in the face. Advients drop low. 200, 100. Tick, tick. Feathers fly. Flash forward from Kobe. The double kill for Kobe.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little.
not wrong. It's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. We're walking on water. We're walking on water. Fires ahead, cause we are life and sin. Breathing in the smoke. Leave a little longer, race a little harder, yeah. Every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
目前版本的话，就中路要跟队友做好沟通嘛，然后根据阵容选择适合的阵容吧。就希望我们这次季后赛能一起加油，一起努力吧，然后争取能进决赛。 就季后赛不管对上谁吧，不管谁来我都不怕，就随便打。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Playoffs. We are in round 2. We're in our best of 5 between RNG and BLG, and RNG are against the ropes here. One more loss, and they are out. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and we heard some strong words from Yagal. I am. Crazy. Who also earns our MVP, as he should, for that Silas matchup.
It is great when we have like the mini snippets of the interview, which come to bear completely in the game, which they kind of pop it off on as well. We're saying, look, got to pick stuff which is coherent with your draft, you've got to communicate well, and you've got to play your role very effectively in mid lane in the current meta. That's exactly what he did. He had the perfect pick for the occasion, played it out incredibly well. One of the best Silas positions in a draft and then performance after that point that I've seen all season. Should I say that honestly? Yagal really having a game to kind of put himself back on the radar amongst LPL mid laners. It's just like that. If I had a dime for every time this happened, I'd only have 2. It's really strange that we had the same camera angle twice. He just went on an absolute world tour of just RNG demolition.
Multi-solo kills, finding Outweigh, a crucial piece to RNG's puzzle, and really just being a menace on this Silas, right? And switching up into the side lane pressure, things like that, but especially in these very nitty-gritty team fights, finding a way in with this constant presence of the unstoppable force.
For sure. And it also, again, you know, looking at these late game fights again, the fact that Yagal can do this with a team that is set up for success behind him as well is also really important, right? Because at the end of the day, Silas doesn't always end up getting the pentakills. When you've got an Aphelios stood behind you, piloted by Elk, who's still in the game, that can be a very important factor. This is probably the game where AD carries mattered the least out of our first 3, and yet still Elk is still really committing to it. And I know that you personally, on the other side of the map, also want to talk about Bin's contribution to that game.
Yeah, it's been actually incredible to see that Bin has literally won the matchup one-on-one in every single one of the games, even in the game 1 loss, right? And we started talking about this guy at the beginning because Breathe vs. Bin was going to be important. While it is a little bit of a slugfest in top lane, not always the most shiny and crazy, you have a lot of strength given from a top lane lead because it lets you play the rest of the map a lot more freely. And I think Bin has enabled that for BLG, and they've got to find a way for RNG to take that down, to stop that in its tracks, and maybe longing a little bit at Bin being a previous teammate here, try to find a way in.
Yeah, particularly because Breathe has been trying to neutralize Bin as well in a lot of the drafts. In game 1, was playing the Cassante versus the Gwen and just kind of ate a load of pressure, but then actually Bin wasn't connected with the rest of his team, and that didn't end up working out quite so well. But looking at that Mal fight, that was entirely meant to be counterpick. Jax does nothing in this game, and the lane allocations weren't there. He was facing Silas for far too much of that game, and he couldn't really stop.
You got a 100-0 from
it's like, oh no, I've got a load of armor and I'm reducing their attack speed. That does not help versus Silas's abilities. This seems like a pretty awkward thing to happen at this point. So for Breathe, we know what he can do. However, if he's not going to be able to play Sion, because that's going to be first round banned against him, and if he's not going to get himself appropriate counter picks where he can actually leverage an advantage in the side lane matchup, this is going to be quite difficult. They've tried neutralizing. It hasn't worked so far. Unless they've got something else in the pocket for that, I think this game plan is going to be a bit of an arms race between Bin getting ahead, and then hopefully, if Breathe can actually neutralize, Gala getting ahead on the bot side. That's what happened in game 1, but they haven't managed to replicate that.
Yeah, and I want to go back to a little bit of history making for RNG in this journey, at least of this split, because it has not been all in good for them, right? It was a little bit later in the season until they were really able to get their roster together as they wanted to some extent, but it was kind of the performance versus expectations conversation that we started at the beginning of this that RNG have yet to live up to, right? Like we were saying a lot of great things about RNG in that late season push. They were able to make it to playoffs while spending a lot of the season on that right side of the bracket, not in that top 10. And even that first series in the playoffs really showed a lot of bright points that they were able to trudge through the chaos that TT were trying to bring to the Rift. And now they need some of that gumption. They need some of that experience that you highlighted earlier on to bring them back into this one, because it is that conversation of now they need to perform.
Particularly after the first round matches where, you know, you see top esports coming out ahead. You saw RNG put TT away to a loss in their first playoffs as well. It felt like the more experienced veterans, the cool heads on shoulders, were the ones that were prevailing in round 1. And particularly with both of those teams, actually, and of course we'll see top esports tomorrow against OMG, it felt like there was a risk of some giants starting to wake up, because both of those teams actually were teams which had high expectations, and we will keep mentioning that because it's very, very relevant. Because on one side, you have to look at how they're playing right now and saying, yeah, they're not as clean, the drafting's not as good, maybe they don't have as much pressure in their solo lanes as they would have liked at this point. But there's always that chance that they just pop off, they reach those heights which they haven't done under the high pressure scenarios in these do-or-die matches in playoffs. It's just that right now, it does feel like you can't just rely on that. There has to be a big change. That veterancy is not seeing them through this round 2 match right now.
Has Tabe found the secret weapon against his previous team? It will come down to that man that you just saw a little bit ago, Gala. He has to be in a position to succeed here for the team. We've seen twice in a row that RNG have opted into very strong junglers for Wei, but away from the Wukong that we saw be very successful for team fights and catch-outs in game number 1. I'm wondering if we get that adaptation and we get that change up, as RNG definitely needed that maybe motivational speech in that downtime, and now they're ready to go as we're getting close to picks and bans. We'll see RNG on the red side and maybe changing some of those bans as well, Nymera.
Maybe they have to. I mean, do you feel confident enough to let a Kindred through? Basically, no team has in the LPL. I don't think that one's going to be leaving the table. Do you have to be banning away something like a cannon? You're looking at some very different questions you've got to ask, and the problem is, particularly because we've talked about Breathe being kind of outplayed in the individual top lane matchup. I also think Angel has had a really rough series. Even his round 1 was not the strongest performance from the mid laner of RNG. What do you do in regards to that? Is there a pick which can kind of staunch the bleeding a little bit there? They tried to put him on a bit of utility in the Galio. He got hugely outvalued by the Sylas on the other side. So can you do that with a blind pick? Do you have to save a counter pick from your mid laner? And how much mid lane kind of value do you get out of that at that point? Is it just kind of saving and sparing the blushes of Angel at that point? Or is it actually going to give you a game-winning pick? Hard questions to be answered by RNG. Yeah. They're not going to have the Nautilus again. The Wukong has left the table as well. And RNG, they're not changing their bans just yet.
Yeah, they are not. Those questions will come due now, though. The timer has started, as this game will determine if RNG have any life left to give in our spring split. We have that continued ban, as you were highlighting, though, that Sion joins that ban table on BLG's blue side, 3rd ban.
Are we going to see Cannon or Vi, or neither, to leave both up? Those 2 picks have been game-defining in the games they've been in so far. It's going to be the Vi. Wei, of course, the one victory for RNG was playing that, giving up the Cannon. And this series has been determined. It has felt like the electric champions on the Rift. Your Cannons, your Zeris,
look at that face,
and the likes. And you look at that, it's like, hey, you just look at these champions again. The Cannon in LPL has been so hard to counter. We saw OMG pull out the Victor top. We've seen a couple of players in solo queue play their ranged top laners, but Breathe, he needs to have an answer to this Cannon. Otherwise, RNG are going to see an early exit in round 2.
Ben's Cannon is one of the most terrifying things in all of the LPL. And we'll see if he continues to be that terrifying storm on the Rift for BLG. We get that Zeri for Gala, so he does have that strength that we saw in the late game carry potential. Not able to pilot it to fruition last game. We're looking at RNG's second response. It will be the Annie, so some flexibility, but also a strong catch-out tool.
It is. So, that Annie has been held as a flex pick across multiple games now in the series.
Insta-lock, my bro.
That says, look, and it's taking away the Lee Sin from the Annie, which typically we've seen them on the same team. It just threatens later into the draft that you will have a Lee Sin, Annie, point-and-click, crazy level 3 kill combo. BLG also going to lock in the Aphelios for Elk, who saw a great game on that in the last one. Might be Wei's chance to go onto that Viego, take that other side of the Lee Sin Viego matchup, which we're seeing cropping up more and more.
Interested to see another opt-in here to give away some potential. So RNG have kind of changed their adaptations here, I guess, or not adapted. They're just going with that same tried method. They want Wei to be able to contest Shun, and they feel like that strength is going to come if they can get that contest and then buy time for Gala. But we're looking in second phase. It's going to come down to those mobile mid laners. The Galio already taken off the table by RNG.
What are you ending up kind of saving your counter pick for here, though? You can see that BLG, again, they don't necessarily care about Breed's champion pool here. They're not saying, hey, we're going to ban out something you think you've got prepared against the Cannon. Cannon, first pick, doesn't really need to soak up that many bans for it after that point. Instead, targeting Ming, who, of course, in that game 1 on his Nautilus on a hook champion did so much work. He's not going to get that Blitzcrank either in this second round. On will not get one of the choice pairings of the Thresh for the Aphelios. And we're seeing, again, maybe at this point, RNG heading towards either a power pick, support and fourth, or looking towards holding that flex of Annie to the final pick.
Whenever we get more engaged supports taken off the board here, I'm really curious what this last ban's going to end up being up, because we've had all the engaged supports really taken off the board. It is the Gragas, so we still have the Rakan on the table, but I like the Gragas ban away from BLG here to take away some of that solo lane power.
Well, the thing is, okay, we've got some weird stuff going on. We have some strange stuff going on. So, is this going to be Jarvan top, looking to use like that Dragon Strike to poke out the cannon? When Jarvan was top before, that was how that was played out. Now, Jarvan has changed an awful lot over the years. It could also be Jarvan support for level 2 all-in. That is a pick which has happened a little bit before. That's not something I'd see as likely. Normally, we've seen that with Callista for the extra attack speed bonus, but that's where we're seeing this flex pick being hovered around. We're seeing something different. We're seeing a bit of that mad science coming out. I am so excited to see what happens with this last pick now.
Yeah. So I will say Wei is actually known for his Jarvan as well. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of flexibility there. I would expect Viego to go into jungle.
Viego
we'll see
in
how
solo
it
lanes
works out. Exactly.
Viego in solo lanes is so low value though. Ever since his release, he got so many of his kit just nerfed for that.
I do appreciate the Leona lock-in for BLG, though. Gives them a lot of that forward engage. They have so much spacing in team fights, even more so now with Yagao's Vigar.
Okay, where are these champs going? Is it going to be a Jarvan in a solo lane or in support? Is this going to be the Annie flex between mid and support? There are a lot of random things this could go. Theorize that maybe this could be something of a lane counter to Cannon. We've seen some weird things come across in regards to that. Maybe it's just Q and E spamming, poking him down that allows Wei to get into it for a final engage. Seeing the engaged supports being hovered. So it is going to be Rakan, which I assume that means Annie, of course, is going to be going towards that mid lane. Where is this Jarvan going? It looks like it is a niche counter pick to the cannon. We were asking about this. Actually, you know, if you're going to see a first pick cannon with a couple of your more standard counter matchups out like the Sion, what do you have left in the pocket? It seems like it's Jarvan. I've not seen this before. We're going to have to theory craft this on the fly. Interesting stuff to pass, Mazel.
I was just trying to take a look to see if Breathe has ever played the Jarvan in competitive, and I actually don't see it on his list. So first for the split, a first for Breathe, and a little bit of a change up. What we maybe wanted for RNG. They feel like they found the response to the Kennen from Ben, and they're going to need it. It's been so many games in a row that Ben has dominated topside, allowing BLG to play to their play style. And RNG need to find a way to buck that trend.
Now, just checking through some pro players' solo queue match histories as well, we have seen a couple of players take Airy on Jarvan and just look to poke out through top lane, typically into stuff like Jace or, of course, Kennen. Because one of the things about Kennen is that he is so obnoxious when he plays the Airy. He gets to space you with his E movement speed whenever you try and all-in him and stun you on the disengage, but he's outranged by Dragon Strike. He's outranged by his E as well, the flag. I think this will still be a Q-Max build. In support, sometimes you see E-Max, but this is meant to be something which chunks down the Kennen, less sustained to work with, and maybe set way up for an interesting top-side 2v2 confrontation.
It's going to be a lot of fun, as the beauty of our skybox is shown here, and the beauty of Summoner's Rift unfolds beneath us. We have a moment of triumph maybe waiting for RNG, as we have one game left for them. If they can make it through this one, they bring us to 5, but BLG looking ready and raring to go on to the next round.
Okay, so very important there as well. So we have a ward put down from on into this top lane bush. Often when you have range versus melee, or I guess in this case it's kind of range versus range, what you'll want to do is kind of use your jungler as support to get a ward in this top side, just to make sure you can get a little bit more bush control and not walk into someone, or allow them to kind of hop into a bush and then hop back out of it to kind of drop minion aggro at that point as well. So you're seeing the runes for the Jarvan on screen. It is Airy and it is Scorch. It is all about early poke and then getting some value after that point as well. You've got Transcendence and you've got that mana flow band for a little bit more mid-game scaling. Of course, Transcendence means that if you end up getting a kill in a team fight, you're going to get some of those extra flag drag cooldowns back off of cooldown for the Jarvan. So Breathe, very interesting pick. Have to see how this one works out. You need to see value from it in the early game though.
You absolutely do, because I'm wondering how that affects team fights later on. Ben's definitely going to have the say in those. I'm really wondering in this early pathing from Wei how he's going to try to affect this top lane, or if he's going to at all, as we do see bottom side starts for both Wei and Shun.
So it looks like what Ben is doing is he just used the Lightning Rush on the wave to get some damage down onto it. It looks like he wants wave control over like large poke at this point. Breathe is literally looking to get poke, but if he's not hitting the minions at the same time, he might get shoved into tower, which gives Ben a free reset, which then removes some of Jarvan's early power in this laning phase. Both these players are going to have to figure this out on the fly.
And speaking about these players, this is the swap up. A year down the road here at the end of this split, this is the change between BLG and RNG. Ben won MSI and then found himself in the home of BLG. Breathe switched over from BLG, and Ben has gotten the better of him every single time in this matchup so far. Maybe this is that changing moment. Maybe this is that changing pick as we get our tri-cam.
You see the tri-cam there on both the junglers, because if we have a funky, flippy top lane early pressure matchup, two early damaging junglers will want to make their way up there. Breathe has himself a ward in that tri-brush.
He
will see Shun.
He was seen. He didn't make it through that angle.
Uses the Dragon Strike on the wave, which means that he won't have his mobility for another couple of seconds. Again, the problem there is that even though you see the jungler, it means that you're not actually using your E on cooldown at that point. You're not using your Q on cooldown to make sure you're getting most of that area. So making sure that Breathe can't just play completely helpful leather with all of his skills in that top lane still has some small value for Ben on the cannon. We know if Ben does get into the game on this pick, he absolutely ruins it. He did it in the regular season. He's done it in playoffs as well. You see Breathe, though, really trying his best to poke out. And now Wei has his chance to come towards top side. Flash drag, flash combo potentially available to set up, but Wei going to be spotted out.
Going for the aggression on Shun. And this is a theme we've seen, right? Wei has been willing to take fights into Shun. Shun willing to take fights into Wei. It is a presence from Angel that makes this blue buff contest possible.
Angel looking for maybe a point and click stun. Comes over early.
Wow, really good stuff.
2v2 left alone, looking to see if they can go all in. This is typically what happens. You see everyone having fun on top side. 2v2s go at it. Speaking of that fun on the top side, Cage coming back up.
Wei is waiting, though. He does get that engaged stun, and Yagao has to flash, but followed over quickly, as now Shun is trying to take down Angel. Angel flashes to safety, and a soul has been reaped by Wei. First blood for RNG. Shun goes in, though. Wei in some trouble here, though. He might go down. Red buff enough. Shun picks up the kill. He might go for a second, and if Lee Sin gets ahead in this one, it is so devastating. Angel, you found yourself on the wrong side of the tracks, but On maybe didn't find that right direction to try to get to him. There should be a cleanup kill for BLG. He's just waiting. I mean, Angel does have a decent amount of damage, but Angel's just going to give his life over to Shun, and that's 2 kills for the BLG jungler.
Doesn't need to follow the kick. Knows that the execute is no longer an option for the Annie. And what this means now is that, yeah, Ben gets to get out of this Jarvan lane, pressure wave in mid here, and yes, Annie's going to come back to this lane, but the early game gambit of the Jarvan into the cannon hasn't netted kills. It's netted a little bit of CS lead, but it's kind of going to fall apart if suddenly you're playing against a 2-kill Lee Sin who can start really threatening the Jarvan later into the game as well. Again, he's gone towards the Doran's Ring at this point, a bit more the mana as well, that starting item. He's looking for lane domination, and the fact that topside is falling apart makes it very hard to play through that pick. So this is mid-jungle 2v2 going at it again. Saw that in that last game. Angel maybe not quite understanding that he doesn't have to flash at that point. I think actually even if he doesn't flash, he probably dies. It's just about when he flashes. And then after that point though, Shun realizes that he can just go over that cage, which was stolen from his mid lane. His corpse gets around to the top of the top.
Do you see RNG reset back on the map? That early deficit is not going to sting them too much, as they are still in the gold lead and they will take first dragon of the game. So back onto the objective focus, something we heard Wei say at least earlier that is super important when RNG are approaching this matchup, because if they can start stacking up, if they have a cohesive team composition, they can shut down Shun. But that's going to be a lot harder to say now that that whip is completed and he's got 2 kills looking to invade onto Wei's jungle.
He has the ability to do that now, has the mid lane push in. Because of that, Shun can kind of get a lot of vision towards top side as well. Going to take themselves a play towards top, towards mid lane rather. Breeze still continuing to get a CS lead up here, but it's not like he's in current kill threat of what Ben is currently in terms of HP.
After the last 3 games, I think you'll take that, you know?
Yeah, you're talking about that. Hey, I mean, he's picked a lane dominant pick, and he's finally managed to win that 1v1 matchup, which he struggled to do in the rest of the series. Question is, You've put a lot into this for early game, and the late game kind of viability might be in question if you're diving into a Kennen and a Veigar and a Felios when there's no exhaust on your team. So I'm just wondering if this is going to have the late game value. You need to really snowball this pick, and you can't do that while helping your bot side. Looking for the bot
Four
lane dive.
members of BLG, they're looking for a dive here. Gala sniffs that something is up. Ming doesn't really have an escape. The event horizon is used. He flashes out, so nicely dissuaded. And RNG with it on bot side.
They lose the flash shot, of course. This might be impactful if he ever chooses a fight around Veigar while his flash is still down. Angel not able to come towards that play. Now we've got this grouped number of members heading towards the enemy jungle. Ming doesn't have a flash to commit to this play now. But Angel has ult, doesn't have flash as well. Can he engage?
Ooh, gets the stun onto Yagao there, but the event horizon connects, and they chase down Angel! He's gonna need a guardian after that one.
Oh, Angel. The pains of his playoffs run continue so far. Not had the most exemplary performance. He's been stable, but he's had a couple of these oopsie moments, and now on this flank, Angel just gets separated from his team. Didn't have that flash. Talking about the importance of that for Ming on the Rakan, but for Angel on the Annie, just as easy to shut down. And while all this is happening, RNG were just hoping that they could stabilize areas of the map so Breathe could get value out of this job. And if they're losing on the rest of the map, you just struggle to see how this niche counterpick could work out.
And again, Angel not having a great game number 4, and especially the way that it has gone down on the Annie, not necessarily the biggest say in a lot of these fights. We do see Way able to get this Rip Herald started up here, but you also got to remember there's a little bit of extra gumption in this for Angel as well, facing off against his former teammates in Bin and On from Suning. I'm wondering if they try to give him a little bit more resources on this
Shun
Annie
just
or
found Wolves to
back
get level
into
6.
it.
Kick is available. Less flashes, remember, from RNG. Have it on Angel, but he has no Tibbers. Can they realistically fight this now?
I don't think they need to fight this one. I feel like they just back off, but maybe they want to contest. Breathe.
I think they
has
will.
the Cataclysm, but here comes the Slicing Maelstrom with that Moonlight Vigil. The Cataclysm is able to get one back, but they are getting Shun on the back line now. It is a trade of 2 for 1 as Way and Breathe have been traded down for Bin, and BLG make it out on top.
Yeah, I don't know what RNG were thinking. They don't have an exhaust into the cannon with flash and ult. And yeah, he's been bullied a little bit in lane, but it doesn't stop him being merciless in these team fights. Shun survives, the Smite's alive. That means that Herald's going to go down to BLG. They can use that to force a play somewhere else on the map. RNG, this early game, they really wanted it to stay in lane, stay through what they could do around this top side. It has just not worked cleanly for them. And BLG, we've seen what's happened when they've got early leads in this series. They've ended up running away with it. Huge combo coming in from BLG. Yes, the dunk comes in, at least kills the cannon after that point, but damage is done. You're stuck in the fight. This is going to be a bit of a precursor to what we see later. If you don't end up exploding these fights and Cannon gets value, RNG really struggle.
And honestly, Shun right there just dissecting out RNG, taking Way away from them. And I think that's so huge here. 4-0 on the Lee Sin. Rift Herald also under toe, so some more gold left on the map. But Shun is really popping off in this last game. I think we've seen some steady growth from both Way and Shun in this series as a whole. We had Yagao's big pop-off last game, and Shun has really kind of, even on these bigger picks, taken a little bit of a backseat when it comes to the big carry potential. But right now, man, this guy is set up on the Lee Sin, and he's already got that Mythic Guided completion, looking for more aggression to come out from the BLG jungler.
Yeah, and particularly given how game 1 went with Way playing such a key role on that Vi, to see the switch around and actually the mental fortitude of BLG to walk away from what was a close game that slipped away from them, which can be sometimes hard to stomach.
Yeah.
The fact that they've walked through the games after that point is credit to their name, especially against players as experienced and as successful as many of the players on the RNG roster.
Speaking of experience, it's not always been a great experience. I'm just going to go on another soapbox about Shun here. He was an IG LDL call-up, right, 2021. He had Rookie and the Shy on either side of him when he was a jungler for IG. He could not find success. In this new home of BLG, it finally feels like the plays are going his favor. He's able to be that aggressive jungler that we know and love in the LPL, and really finding his own on Billy nonetheless after some rough history for the organization. We'll see a dragon go down for Billy themselves.
Yeah, for BLG, they can put to rest some of those historical fears. They find themselves success here. They would go on, of course, to face Weibo if they win this game. I know it's a little early to be talking about that. We're only 11 minutes in, but the early game's going well for them. And when they've had early game leads, you do think that it's starting to head towards difficult scenarios for RNG. Way by looking at this series, and this was a very close LPL regular season. A lot of these teams were competing with each other very tightly. RNG and BLG in the regular season went to 3 games. BLG versus Weibo, a team that we could go into base, also went to 3 games. They're using the Herald for a power push now on this bot side, looking to get themselves more snowball gold. Gareth has joined the team.
It's a lot of gold going over. Really good use of that first Rift Herald from BLG. Get some more gold on the bot side of the map and try to continue to funnel this into very strong strength that they already have.
They don't have Flash on Angel, they do have on Ming. That's their current engaged tools. Again, we've seen a lot of these teams fight even off of objective timers, just so they can get some vision, just so they can start buying some extra waves of farm. RNG, they're not averse to that. They do have some abilities to take some of these fights. As it stands, we're not getting to the point where we're going to have the game-ending objective fights right off the bat. We do have 2 split dragons. It's an Infernal Rift. If that does get stacked up, of course, the soul is very, very valuable. As it stands, the objective's kind of going either way. It's going to be a bit more, again, about the setup, about the vision control, and about a slightly elongated mid-game.
Just a little bit, as I try to find where the next striking point is for BLG. They are looking at bot lane, but so are RNG here, Nymera.
They are, but there's a flash and a cleanse on Elk. How much can they realistically do here? They're looking for it. Can they
Try
burst
to burn him down quick. I think they know. I think they know.
On those, they're going for it.
They do get the lightning crash from Gala. Moonlight Vigil comes out, but Ming gets denied from that quickness. We'll see on the target, though. Kick back. Wei tries the heartbreak out, but he's burning. He doesn't go down. Breathe and shoot him with a huge cataclysm. And Elk is pumping out some damage, but it's not enough. Breathe gets the kill. Yagao flashes, but can't find it. Primordial Burst plus the combo. Yagao gets a kill back. It's a trade. It's the Event Horizon. Angel is here. Flash.
He has
Tippers
flash
available, but look at the health bars of RNG. They don't have much left to give.
So it's before 14 minutes. You don't expect a top laner to teleport bot and join the play. You don't have the Unleashed teleport. He goes to the turret behind them and joins the play, but it's not even a massively winning play. You traded 1-for-1 and you've lost plates on top side. What felt like a bit of a desperation play from RNG to try and get ahead of the game with a composition that really wants to have extra gold in pocket. They don't want to be playing from behind when they have to engage into the likes of that team. Doesn't work out for them. BLG sniff it out. Elk, I think he has to get himself an Oscar for that one. Acting duty on point, walks up, keeps them interested, but then it's the Leona that goes in. Much harder to kill. Elk has Severon Crescendum, the low-range DPS weapon, which keeps him just chunking through health bars. And yeah, it doesn't lead to an absolutely blown-out fight. They do actually manage to, through RNG, take down that AD carry, importantly so, but they don't get a blowout fight. They don't get to stick around, take turret plates. And while all of this is happening, this cannon pick, which you've tried to put behind, gets gold from that tower. And that's going to mean that this Jarvan pick, which has tried to keep him down, has not got value. Now, speaking of that, he's just used his flag on topside and doesn't have a flash.
Man.
This is
and
going to be occasion to death.
Topside. Yeah, there's not much left. Cataclysm's coming back up, but there ain't going to be much left for Breathe up here. He'll be taken out, focused in the side lane as connection from the Sonic Wave. Chun gets the kill. 5th of the game for the jungler of BLG.
More stacks for the Veigar, trying to flash in maybe on Elk. Does have that cleanse still. This is a big move. He is so dead to right
surrounding him. TP comes through. That's Angel with the flash. The cleanse comes through, but it's not enough. Elk goes down to Wei, slicing Maelstrom. Bid finds Gala! And there's the CC on the way. Here comes On. They get the Heartbreaker down, but they have the damage to take out Finn. He's gone now, and now the resets are there. Wei trying to stay alive, and he does. On goes down, and that's 3 consecutive kills to RNG.
Much needed injection of gold to RNG. BLG, they just keep fighting. They double down, commit a teleport, a flash and an ult from a cannon to try and clean up onto the AD carry. Yes, killing Gala is important. Not really at the cost of giving so many lives over at the other sense of it, though. BLG looks like they're going to be able to get themselves second Herald by the way that Shun is positioning around that top side. Yagao going to take a top lane turret, but losing mid lane out of turret, always a very important moment in the game. You lose mid lane out of turret, you can't defend your jungle vision control nearly as much. Elk just kind of caught between a set of plays, because they think that, you know, big plays just have top side, Jarvan's not going to be available there, you're pushing in bot side, just doesn't realize that he's under threat in that mid lane tower, didn't have vision on either side of that turret, overstays a little bit too more, and then BLG, they just double down trying to clear up on this play when they just don't have the stats beyond that point.
See in the picture-in-picture, though, they have made a play on the mid lane. That Rift Herald #2 did get the charge off and take down an outer tower. So response there, 2 towers for BLG. They also
That's
got the
good
first tower gold for Yagao. So big stuff in terms of getting Yagao gold, stacking up into infinity for him. And Dragon now, speaking of stacking, for BLG.
It is. So, RNG, they can't enter this bot side of the map. And now they're staring down some stacking offensive stats being built up from BLG. They're taking down another turret. There really is no response to it at this point. All of these outer turrets, we just talked about how important it is to keep your mid lane tower up. It changes the vision control as soon as that tower goes down. Now imagine how difficult it is when you lose all of them in quick succession. Big amount of blue wards into the enemy jungle. You can see 2 pinks, 2 control wards very deep in, and then also some extra wards around the point. RNG, their vision control was one of their strongest points in the first game, which they won, but they're at such a disadvantage in the structures they have to fight around to help them with that vision that they just can't imagine them being able to wrestle that back easily.
And I'm just thinking now, we're getting a little focus on Yagao, but man, he's going to be getting so rich here. He was already on that second item completion, and way before the Seraph does complete, right? I think he had like 320 when he first bought it. So I actually ahead of that tempo, and I'm very excited to see the next use, because now you get Black Cleaver completed already, second item for Shun, and they have so much strength that is just radiating out of this duo from mid and jungle.
Yeah. Now, of course, we should probably return to the Jarvan conversation. Has the Gore Drinker, and even though this Jarvan hasn't got as much from the lane phase, this is still a solo lane Jarvan. It's got more resources than you would get from a jungle Jarvan. Finn, not going to get pounced on by Way at this point. Doesn't have Flash, has a Proto Belt though, and he has ult. That's normally enough to dissuade people from diving for free. Of course, you can see it just burst out. There's 4 members towards the bot side. RNG realized that they have to have just overwhelming numbers advantages, otherwise they're probably going to fall down to the power spikes of BLG as they've hit them.
Just wanted to take out their former top laner in Bin, but he's not going to fall for those tricks, no way. As now we're actually getting shown back to this bot side, try to contest over vision. We still have a long while till another objective comes up on the map, and until then RNG we're just fiending for a little bit of something to catch out BLG, get a little bit of this gold back, because they're almost 4,000 gold in the deficit now.
Wait is really trying to make something happen in the spot side, but it means they're not there for a mid lane.
That's a big solar flare there. BLG have to run away, as it was a couple ultis utilized by RNG, but they were trying to make it work, and almost did.
Almost did. They lose an ignite for the attempts, and BLG don't really lose anything in return besides a bit of HP bar from Shun. Gala has no flash, but I don't think he's under threat here. He's dancing around with his movement speed.
I like that Yagao's like, let me see how my hands are feeling right now. Let's see how many of these I can dodge. He's able to get a little bit of that damage
Loading
back.
into a bullet hell game. Loading up the Toho, seeing what he can do with that one. He's going to have to dodge a lot more shots in this game, though, especially with BLG. That's one dodge. Okay. That's one. Tally that up.
Oh, Elk with the little side steps, too. Another man who's been really good with the mechanics so far tonight. Dodging
I see what's happened. We've talked
engages.
so much about this weirder top lane matchup that we've not been given the attention to these AD carries that they deserve. These hyper carries. They want to put their names back on the table, especially since last game as well was just all Yagao coming into this game, which could be the decider, or the one which brings RNG to the brink. These AD carries, can't really forget about them. They're about to hit those 2 items, and despite the big engage coming through, if one of these AD carries does survive the initial onslaught of ultimates, there isn't that much follow-up to see what can really shut them down.
And I will say I can appreciate the way that RNG are approaching this game right now, because some of the biggest conversations for me around RNG throughout the entire split were, where does leadership come from and where does shot calling come from? How does it look when they are cohesed and they're able to approach as a team? And something we've seen a lot from these last couple games is they are just roaming around trying to find this combo with Wei and Ming, and I love that for RNG. They just haven't found that execution, but the willingness to turn into that, the willingness to fall back onto this really, really good team fighting for RNG and trying to stabilize the early game deficit they found themselves in, that is where they need to find, because Gala will bring you to the mountaintop. You just have to put him in position.
Yeah, you need to really give him a platform to work off of, though, particularly in this game when there's so many ways to reach the backline. There is no exhaust for the cannon this time. That is always a factor you have to concern yourself with. RNG, again, trying to play the vision game as they've done the entire series, but BLG are not giving them an easy go of it. You know, maybe in years past, RNG, with their advanced kind of understanding of vision control, they would have been able to kind of run away with games like this, with series like this, when they could make picks even when they were behind. But I think that goes to show the level of how these teams across the world, but of course the LPL here most topically, kind of evolve they learn about how to play this style of game. RNG are not alone with the way that they play this style of Vision game now. Ming used to be kind of like the ruler of the world at that one, finding these odd ways to put Vision into the enemy jungle alongside Wei. The BLG are just not giving them easy inroads.
Not at all. We do want to check some item completions as we're getting into a dragon fight here. Would be a third dragon for BLG. Soul point for them.
They're still under control ward
and
here.
they just collapse though, and immediately they find Shun. Kala's gone on the sideline though as Ming goes down too. Elk is popping with those chakras, and when he comes a knocking, there ain't no answering the door. He kicks that darn thing down as Wei does make it out, but that is 3 quick kills to BLG and a dragon soul point.
Everyone's just on a hair trigger around that play. Wei goes towards topside, is on 0 HP. They teleport into this because if Wei dies, that's not just going to be a dragon. That could be the Baron going down as well. They're trying to catch him. If Wei dies, this could be costing them the series.
This is the emergency engage from RNG. Try to get that man out alive, but they go right back in. Breed is getting chucked. Breed, I don't think you want that, bro. You don't want the smoke, but he does get one back. Kill goes to Ben, and now it's maybe a bear. They're already picking onto it now for BLG.
Wei walking forward once again. Wei very lucky to get away with his life in these scenarios. Post 20 minutes,
He's got to make a miracle
if you don't have
here.
members, you're going to lose Baron. BLG, they've taken so many victories in the last minute. They cannot afford an RNG to give over the Baron.
Breathe getting caught out there. You can't have that in these crucial moments, and RNG are reeling from the mistakes of this game. That will be Baron to BLG, and they don't really have anything to fight for afterwards. RNG just need to find a way out.
Killer blow from BLG. Shun looking for the follow-up fight going on to Ming.
Nice flash kick into Yumi to spell the doom. RNG, they've got to fight back. The haymaker might have just struck.
Definitely landed. It's a crack across the jaw. They're bloodied. They're beaten in this game. Trying to hold on to the vestiges of their outer turrets outside of their base. The inner one in mid lane falling down. Baron buff just picked up. Breathe. Luckily coming back up onto the rift at this point to hold one of the side lanes. BLG, they don't even feel they need to reset. They're going straight onto the map using the waves.
Oh my god, they're going to catch Breathe out again. This Jarvan pick does nothing in the moment, and there's nothing left for RNG to hold on to. One by one, the dominoes fall, and what would be the kings of spring and RNG have just been dethroned, it feels like. There is not much left for RNG to hold on to in this game, Nymera.
It's just the straw which breaks the back of RNG. Around that dragon fight, they try and make a snap engage. They're slammed back with full force against that gold lead. Just exploded out of control. In a 3v5, they've got to hold on to their base. Try and get that last sensor wave clearing.
BLG get that second inhib here, and RNG's base is destroyed. Top lane focus now from Ben, but BLG have done lasting damage against an organization who feels like they have known nothing but success, and success is no longer in their doorstep unless they can find a miracle here in this game.
Trying to find maybe Ben out on the wrong side of the map. He has no teammates near him. Breathe, extended engage range, but not enough to catch out Ben. Ben, slippery as ever, successful as ever. For the one time he has a losing matchup, he's still finding value. Flashes forward with his ultimate. This Kennen in the LPL, cannot stress this enough, has been a meta-defining, a meta-changing top lane pick. These top laners, they've had to try and dig deep into their champion pools to find an answer to it. This Jarvan, though, it worked in the first few levels, but it has completely fallen flat outside of that.
There was not much in that 1v1, and now you got 3 items completed. A Magi's again for Yagao, but more importantly, it's that IE for Elk. It's that Bloodthirster as well. Very strong damage comp now for BLG, and they're pushing in the last lane that has any structures left here for RNG.
So it's going to be Yagao once again on the Veigar like we saw earlier in the series, staying alone in the 1-4. They're sticking to 2 lanes this time. They don't want a 1-3-1, don't have the same degree of safety. RNG, they sent Angel to the bot side. He has teleport, he has flash, he has ult. There are ways which he can impact this game. And there is a ward fairly deep behind BLG, but I don't know if this is the time to fight. They've got to fight at some point, but this situation is difficult. They're pinging out wards, but I just don't see the angle for them.
You got to find an angle in some way. That is Navori quickly. Third
Angel's
item completed for Gala.
This is it. This is the game-breaking play.
This is RNG. Tried to make something happen. Gala
Here he
preemptively hits it. Elk is in trouble. Elk is gone. But look at the back line. It's everybody everybody else, you gotta focus. And Ben, he shuts the door straight on RNG's face and says, "Who are you? Breathe!" As a triple kill for Sun and a domineering victory in the team fight for BLG. They will stake away the sins of last summer. They will stop the hate and they will move themselves to round 3 of the LPL Spring Playoffs, destroying, dismantling Royal Never Give Up.
Last year, BLG promised a dream they couldn't deliver. In 2023, the dream is alive. It's kicking down the door of round 3, where they wait for a date with Weibo Gaming.
Huge date it will be, but right now, bask in the glory that was BLG's first representation in our spring playoffs. They brought in Tabe, they brought in all the secret sauce here in this series, and they used it well. Game 1 was a wake-up call, and boy, when they woke up, they were a roaring beast.
This was a matchup which I think a lot of people could have voted either way. The weight of history has always been on RNG's side. How can it not be for an organization as successful, especially in spring, as this organization? For BLG, this is a team with names accrued over, this offseason, coming into this year with, turns out, really compatible playstyles, really compatible mindsets. The way that they approach the mid game, the way that they approach their roles within the game has just clicked. It took half a split for it. Their first half of things in spring were incoherent. They would be a little bit inconsistent. I was worried about them, particularly throwing a lot of their games, not really being able to see things out, but then you hit the backstretch of it. That win streak, now coming into their first round of playoffs as well.
Yeah.
They only dropped that one series to OMG right at the death of the split, which of course saw them behind Weibo. They could have actually taken their spot in those rankings.
For sure.
That was what really saw them through to it. And now coming into this playoffs, this is going to be an explosive matchup ahead of them.
Now, I will just say, and I wanted to do it while he's still on camera, but Shun, man, I will have to go on my soapbox yet again. I'm such a big Shun fan, and to see him finally find a home of success for this man who has been such an aggressive jungler in his past, who could not find success when he had the Shy and Rookie on either side. It is this BLG roster that has made him feel alive, it feels like, back in the LPL. And this whole team just seems to be clicking. They have such a great read of the meta and how to use it. And it really is about execution on the day. And yes, you can talk about that first game, but BLG really made a statement here with this round 2 playoff game.
They did. And we say goodbye to RNG.
Disappointment, man. That's the word. That's the word.
It is because, you look, when we were first coming in to kind of prep for LPL, coming into spring, coming in for myself personally, coming into the league as well, I hear the name of RNG. I hear all of these names on this roster, which I've seen 4 of which, win MSI last year. Angel, of course, no slouch himself in terms of his own performances on the international stage. Made a World Finals with Suning. This team was set up for greatness, but sadly for them, they are not able to overcome this shift of eras for them, losing some of their great players. They're going to bow out early, and now we wait for them back in summer.
And big thing in this series itself was Bin's absolute stranglehold over the top side. I love that Breathe tried to bring the J4 to the table. It was not the answer. It was not the way to go. And I think RNG will have to think a lot about how they approached this series itself, right? The series against CT, it was a grueling one. They made it through, but this one just felt like BLG were the better team. And speaking of the better team, it is absolute praise given to this roster because we talked about Bin already, we talked about Shun, but it's also the rest of the map. Yagao stepping up huge in game number 3. Elk in those first games really having a lot to say in the bottom lane, but it is the tried and true effort of BLG and what we've seen them find success with in the season, and having Tabe helps too.
It very much does. I mean, the things which impressed me the most about how BLG played this was how differently each of their wins were. We had a Zeri game where Elk just hopped heads. We had a game where Yagao had a side lane 1-3-1 domination of the map. That's very hard to do given how teams are playing right now. A lot of teams aren't practiced at 1-3-1s, particularly against heavy engage comps like they were. They saw that out of success. And now seeing in this game as well where it was early domination from Shun yet again. He's had that a couple of times in this series. And then setting up for team fights in a slightly different way. They're a bit more bursty team fights as opposed to the extended rundowns with Zeri or something like that. Being able to see through a losing top lane for once as well. BLG, they're starting to show how versatile they are. And that will definitely scare some top teams. Not every top team can play as versatile as a team like BLG. Now, they're very effective in the styles that they play, but through a best of 5, if you allow BLG to get under your skin, get into your head in draft, they will be a threat going later on.
Yeah, they absolutely will. And I was coming into this one after seeing the first couple games like, oh my goodness, how quickly do we start seeing the bans go on to Zeri? Turns out it was the bans on to Kennen that needed to stay around.
It's the other lightning rat.
Yeah, it's the other lightning rat. But I believe it had still the 100% win rate when it wasn't banned. And a really, really integral pick to keep looking out for against Ben, right? When you're looking at this team moving forward, there's a lot that you got to focus on. We saw both teams, which I love, opt into very aggressive 1v1s in the jungle, and it worked out in favor of Shun, and it worked out in favor of BLG.
Yeah, I'm sure that this game will also feel particularly good for Yagao going later into playoffs, reminding people that, hey, he's still got a crown on his head as well. Different roster, different organization, definitely starting to show up what is starting to be the start of a playoff buff for Yagao. Can we start saying that now? Maybe another round and we start to seriously consider it.
It's going to be a tough test, though, next up as well when we were talking about that matchup. But so far, so good if you're a BLG stan. And again, back to that kind of expectations versus reality for them, where we were talking about such disappointment in their history, and especially last year in playoffs, getting knocked out in round 1. It feels good to start not even worrying about round 1 first and foremost, but being able to take down RNG in the way you did. Again, I talked so much about momentum in this series, and it feels like they are going to thrive off the momentum of taking down our once kings of spring.
And yeah, I mean, what more can you say about this, right? I mean, I think also another thing is that, at the very start of the day, we're talking about how, the top side is unique from BLG, and yeah, they've got some early game pressure and they've got some side laning, but it was really about Elk. The fact that, again, that Elk can have games where he's not the primary source of everything for the team come late game is really important to see as well. We haven't seen BLG come out of regular season yet. We'd seen that, the last series versus OMG, where they lost 2-1. Great series, obviously, as well. We'll see OMG in the other other round 2 match versus Top Esports to see how they're going to do as well. But BLG, they had a win streak, but we didn't really know where they were going to go in terms of trajectory from that point. We saw Top Esports, we saw RNG perform a little bit better than they did from the regular season. That's not always a given case. It can be very hard to enter these high-pressure best-of-5s against notable organizations, but BLG hitting above their weight in this one.
Yeah, and I think it's about the roster they put together, some of that experience that you were talking about as well earlier from both these teams, but especially kind of shining through in this one. And I really love to see Yagao stepping up to the table, but it also was kind of just the feeling you got when we were going to draft. It felt like BLG were coming away with a lot of the pieces that they wanted to, right? And we didn't see much draft adaptations in terms of the bans, and especially in the first phase from RNG. And that's where I'm looking like, does that adapt in terms of the next series itself? Is that something that you can focus on against BLG? Because right now it feels like they can do a lot of different things. Yeah,
the Kindred is even. It's like we've talked about the versatility, but it's just like there's the other stuff in the background which is currently being banned out. There's stuff just being held behind the ban wall at that point. There are other carry junglers.
You don't want to see it. It's scary. All right, it's scary.
No. Yeah, I think he's, in fact, against his opponents he'll be facing in the next round, had an incredibly good Kindred game against them. They've tried that once already. I'm not sure they'll be bold enough to do that again.
I don't think so. While we wait for MVP, hopefully we'll be having that very shortly, as we do not have an interview for this one, especially, so a little sad. But we do have an MVP, and it's Shun himself. Go ahead and flex on him, my man. And nice little focus at the end.
You want to get on one last soapbox for this guy?
Man, I love Shun. That's all I'm going to say. I appreciate the growth that this guy has had, right? I was talking about kind of his LDL call-up for IG in 2021, and he didn't find success for so long, even keeping the aggressive playstyle. But we've seen growth from this guy on this BLG roster throughout the split. It hasn't always looked good, but it looked damn good in this split, in this series at least.
Yeah, and, considering how the meta has evolved, even in the very last few weeks, I think one of the things which I was positing was that one of the reasons we're seeing less Victor and Azir and other scaling mages is, one, yes, there have been some nerfs to individual champions like Azir, but also the likes of Aurelion Sol exists, which means that if you pick scaling, you just get outscaled. But Aurelion Sol himself can't be blind picked, which means you just have to go back to stuff you can blind pick, which is strong, aggressive, individual 2v2s. And that really fits into what Shun and Yagao want to do when they can pick stuff like Talia that can shove and roam, Shun on the Lee Sin or on the Viego or something like that. They're much easier to draft right now, and it fits so hard into his onto his wheelhouse. And while that is also something that Wei does well, we talked about his vibe being incredibly powerful, of course applies to Shun as well. I think this will be something to track coming in later into playoffs in regards to mid-jungle 2v2s have changed from the end of regular season, or they were changing just about that point. How is that going to affect our best mid-jungles in the league?
Yeah, and this is the last-ditch effort from RNG, an attempted one, but a Slicey Maelstrom quickly put the end to that one, and BLG quickly put the end to RNG. We have not had a 5-game series yet, Nymera. It's been 12. We've had 3 4-game series.
That's a good round number. I like that one.
Hey, there you go, I guess, in all actuality. But let's go ahead and take a look at our journey of the day. It was a strong start from RNG in the series, but they fall 3-1 to BLG. Next up on the chopping block, we got OMG versus TES as we take a look at our spring playoffs.
What a matchup OMG Top Esports will be. If you didn't watch the regular season best of 3 between those teams, go and do that. Do yourself a favor. It was absolutely absurd. There were Baron steals from behind, 5 for none, miracle team fights. It was absolutely ridiculous in every single way that OMG series tend to play out. And of course, Top Esports, one of our most crazy teams out there as well. Top Esports looking to reclaim some of their form that they lost from early in spring. Round 1 was a ground out affair. They were better than Team WE on the day. They definitely deserve to progress, but I still think that they will not be necessarily happy with their performance until they can take a dominating best of 5 to really settle some nerves, which have lasted from this team from mid-split onwards.
Yeah, and the thing is, it doesn't get easier. The way that our playoffs work is it gets harder and harder the more you go, and you're trying to vie for that double elimination, but it is a strong journey ahead from all our would-be contenders. I do want to stake a moment and say thank you so much for the cast this year, Nymera. I know this is our last cast together, so it's been
sad.
an
I've really enjoyed
fun ride. I know we've had some great ones, some great memories as well. I want to go ahead and give a shout out to our production team as well behind the scenes, making us all look so good somehow, some way. And to the audience, to the players, wouldn't be here without you. Thank you all for tuning in, and make sure you catch that TES OMG series tomorrow. We'll see you there.
That was a really good day.
Yeah,
I
good
didn't
stuff,
quite
man.
realize.